sleep when I got you next to me. vực sâu tận cùng trái tim khô cằn rồi đã chân trời xa vắng đâu cần tìm em đi về đâu. Sóng gió muôn trùng đẩy đưa anh muốn nhiều chưa từng cho phép gì từ em không cho mình đau. Nhưng sâu trong thâm tâm trái tim anh đang không ngừng nhỏ máu vì lỡ say trong một vòng tay anh dành cả tâm anh đôi lấy nỗi buồn. Từ đó em không cần gần ai hơn chỉ dù ai vẫn nhớ đêm qua giữa đêm dài. say that I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I believe in G-O-D, don't believe in T-H-O-P. She keep playing me dumb, I'm a player for fun. Y'all don't really know my mental, let me give you the picture like stencil. Falling out in a drought, no flow, rain wasn't pouring down. See that pain was all around, see my mode was kinda lounge. Didn't know which way to turn, the flow was cool but I still felt burned. Energy up, you can feel my surge. Like an astronaut in the ocean, she said that I'm cool. Put this shit in slow motion, I believe in G-O-D. Astronaut in the ocean, she keep playing me dumb. I'ma play up for fun. Y'all already know my mental, let me give you the picture like stencil. Falling out, falling out, falling out, falling out, falling out. See my mode was kinda loud.
Con nước mắt đã thôi không rơi nữa, có những vết đau rồi cũng đã lành. Ngày về xa nhau tìm cuộc sống riêng dù anh biết ai cũng phải lớn lên thôi, nhưng anh vẫn luôn tưởng tôi về đâu mới biết yêu cùng một chút giận hờn. Và ngày cuối lúc em khóc trên đôi vai anh rồi bỏ đi, anh đưa tay giữ lấy những ngón trao tay mình ngồi lên phía mặt trời. Anh biết lẽ em đang ở nơi đã không buồn vui, và phía sau hạnh phúc kia là gì để mà cô anh lại những thứ quá quá lâu rồi. Xa đây một tiếng cách không biết đến đâu mà sao luôn cay đắng mà anh sẽ có một ngày mọi cảm xúc từ trái tim anh vượt qua. Đau bao ngày bị hẹn rồi đâu cho nên giờ đã biết bao. Xa đây khi em không biết cách nói đến đâu mà lại một bước để mình trái tim em mong chờ xí này được. But baby, vì lời nói đã khiến em đau buồn, lời nói đã cứ bị miệt từ xí này được. No baby, hãy xem là em đã chưa từng nói một lời với anh, nhưng ta chưa hề quen biết để có những lúc vui đùa với nhau. Em là người con gái mang cho anh muôn vàn giấc mơ, cũng chính là người mang đến cho tim anh đây vào điều xót xa. Baby, I'm so sad, baby, say you don't love me. Vậy mà cớ sao em đã thơ kính bao để nhớ được anh. Sự tình này khám phá đã một tiếng bao nhiêu ước mơ, khiến em đang chờ một giấc mơ sẽ sắp mơ.
Vì em chưa quên, hãy đừng cố gắng giữ cho riêng mình một phần nào để tìm về góc tối đó. Nhưng đôi mắt em hướng về anh, sai, sai. Please don't leave.
Because I never know now. Vì cuộc sống luôn thêm màu mờ, anh sẽ có bạn mọi cảm xúc từ trái tim anh dừng ta. I don't know where we have so dành cho lời bây giờ đây em bao lâu sao đến khi em không thể yêu ai. Anh đâu lùi lại một bước để em đi. Em đâu biết đã có một người vòng tay đi chắc em không bao giờ hết. Ai đã buồn thì đừng đau sao khi em thôi còn thương. Nhưng sao sao đến khi em không thể yêu ai.
we wouldn't have had the magic of Team WE. So maybe it's a good thing here for the LPL. Maybe they're doing us a good favor.
So I just want to remind everybody that up until what? So up until the halfway point of May, maybe, or even the beginning of May, WE had not won a game or won a series in the LPL in Split 2. So we were like, I just like, in retrospect, we're like, yeah, they gave us this amazing run from Team WE. It's like, bro, all of Split 2 we were talking about this team as the prize for Nirvana. It was actually the best thing for LNG to face off against WE, because WE was just showing up to the arena, getting completely destroyed by all the LPL teams in Ascend, and then we're going to send them off into the play-ins and let LNG get your free prize of making Ascend. Nope. LNG, yet again, could not jump the hurdle there.
It felt like it was primed for them to take that opportunity, and they stumbled at the finish line over and over again. Whether it was Krako's insane Kha'Zix game in Game 5 against WE, or the opposite way in Game 4 against Team WE in Split number 2, just hasn't been able to come together for them over the course of a full split. They're going to need to have things turn around for them here. They want to keep their season alive up against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah!
Here we go. It is the debut of Moham and Xiaohao over on Weibo. This team finished top 3 in Split 1. It's almost impossible to believe at this point how much of a tumultuous ride it has been, but with Xiaohu at the helm for yet another year. Remember that 3 years ago it was Xiaohu going forward and leading this Weibo roster to a World Championship final. Now all of the pieces around him have changed, but he still remains, and he's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting and a little bit of turning around if Weibo want to keep their season in a good position.
I remember the regional finals and Weibo going to 5 games versus Top Esports. I remember a Xiaohu Tristana game where I was like, dude, this guy is nuts. He was completely smurfing. We had so much Tristana mid in that season, but he was one of the best. And the thing that I always remember taking away from Xiaohu is, even if maybe some of the mechanics maybe just kind of got away from him individually, he was the general. He is the 4-star general. This guy comes in, he knows how to play on side lanes. He's an incredibly smart player. And I still think he has some of those accolades. It's just been kind of a dysfunctional lineup as a whole. This whole Weibo team has just not been able to properly transition wins into actual series victories.
It's the curse of Arha. Ever since that guy left, things have not been the same.
True.
Over on Weibo Gaming side, they'll have to face off against LNG, another roster with high expectations, but have not also met those same amount of results. As we are here in the Beijing Arena on the 8th day of the 8th month. Hey, about 18 years ago to the day, in this very city, Alk, the opening ceremony of the 2008 Summer Olympics took place. It's a fun anniversary. This day always means a lot here in Chinese culture, and obviously here in the LPL, we're hoping to see some very good games for teams who are looking to turn their luck a little bit more towards them, in their own favor.
I also have to think about, we're talking about the historical significance and maybe just the baggage of this year for Weibo. I'm sure they're feeling a little confident just because, the pedigree of a lot of the players on this team, especially in the mid and AD carry position. But then I look over at LNG, and the weight of this entire year has to be on your shoulders. Not just for, maybe less so for the players joining this split, but especially for the guys that started this year off on the team. It's been a year of failure. It's been teams kind of trouncing you at the very last moment. Your regular seasons meaning absolutely nothing when it comes to best of 5s, and you can't really get over that last bit. This is now potentially one of those last do or die series before you're cut off from making playoffs, from even having a chance to even fail at the last jump.
It's a funny way to put it. In a way, for each of these teams, the World Championship starts now. If you want a chance to become the best team in the world, you have to win every series effectively from here on out, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 sprinkled in throughout the remainder of the season. It really becomes do or die at this point, with elimination on the horizon for either of these teams, especially the one that ends up dropping here today to fall to 0-3 through the first round robin of Group Nirvana. You saw a look at those new additions for Weibo Gaming, Xiaohao and Moham. We'll see if they are able to contribute to their team having just a little bit more success. Obviously, always comes with the risk with bringing in these new roster adjustments in the middle, even at the later end of a season, but if Weibo are feeling like that is what they have to do to try to turn things around, well, I'm not going to blame them. It hasn't looked good for them so far.
Look, BLG was our first seed, and they had 15 million honeymoon phases with Jungle last year. So maybe that's just what they got to do. We just got to lock ourselves in. Clear Love is trying to get some new pieces, get some new blood. For people who may have not known, it was after their NIP loss that this Weibo team felt like they needed to make a fix. They trade with EDG. They have JJ go over. Xiaohao comes in. This is not the first time we've seen Xiaohao in this jersey, by the way. He played with ZDZ and Xiaohu actually in 2024. And that was a very short-lived experiment. They immediately brought in Breathe in Summer Split and
Tarzan.
Were able to... And Tarzan. And that split also didn't go fantastically, but they were able to kind of make do with the lineup.
Yeah, that was the last-minute roster change. It's so... In 2024, the last-minute roster change was subbing Xiaohao out. In 2026, the last-minute roster change is subbing Xiaohao in. So that's kind of the state of the affairs here with Weibo Gaming's chances at this point. You don't have Tarzan coming to the rescue. He's going to have to be a little bit more scrappy for Weibo Gaming.
He's in the
this
arena.
Time around. I guess so.
He's nearby.
He's getting
ready
ready
for the next
later
series.
today. Maybe he comes in and issues some mind power onto his former team as we're getting ready for the draft of game number 1. We see that Weibo opting for second pick here in this draft, while LNG have that opportunity to go blue side with their first selection.
Just make it easier for yourself. We'll get into pick ban here very quickly. LNG getting rid of Ezreal, Camille, and Rise. I feel like the Ezreal is maybe a soft spot just because we know 1xN to be such an incredible Ezreal player, but they also have not been able to play things like the Varus. They're not willing to play things like the Poppy, which I know Poppy right now is just banned globally, or at least predominantly here in the LPL, just becomes too much of a menace in the early game, and the flex potential you have between jungle support and top lane, incredibly dangerous. LNG going for Nocturne. It will be Weiwei's first champion, or first time on the champ this year, and I just don't like leaving Vi up here, Grapes. I do not like this.
Is one of those picks that gets banned away in that first rotation. Looks like this time Weibo opted for the Orion. Getting through, but not going to get picked up by Weibo, as Xiaohao's first game on the team will be on the Jarvan the 4th, and they might just lock in both champions for those 2 new additions with Shen already secured. With the Camille off the board, could create a situation where Weibo could pick that champion up later on in the series. But on the other side, LNG going to have to come up with some way to respond to this heavy engaged duo that Weibo have selected.
If you
EDG,
Rise and
Weibo 8.
the Oriana plus Cassio are banned, you could just look for an Akali angle. Seems like LNG are going to take themselves up the Lucian Melio. I did not want to see Mage play coming in from 1xN, even if I trust this guy to be able to play most of anything, mechanically speaking. Give them a strong lane pair and hope that we can see a good 2v2, because so far, this split, I think 1xN, and whether it's missing or YCX, has just not been that guy in the laning phase. He's made a lot of mistakes early on in the games that jeopardize his team's position.
Sponsor Weibo going to be that Ziggs. You could imagine that goes towards Elk to try and just outrange the Solution Milio 2v2 as we enter the second phase of our first draft of the evening. Still, of course, have those solo laners to round out the teams. Looks like Weibo going to start by taking away the Rumble.
6 gives you really great range. The Zonias plus, I would say you have Shen, but because there's a Nocturne, Nocturne tries to cancel out your ability to use the Stand United, so I think that's an interesting piece of tech here. Maybe for Weibo, let's just get rid of all of the strong lanes, right? We got rid of the Cassio and the Oriana. We have Rumble taken away. Likely that we'll maybe see something, maybe to get rid of like Yorick and open up a Jace angle, or just allow for Sheer to play some of his modes, which would be leaning towards things like the Gnar.
A lot of options still available up on the top side, even though the the Vayne and the Rumble both taken off the board already. Xiaohu in the mid lane always has his specific champions that he likes to play. Maybe setting up for a control mage in the mid lane with that Akali takeaway.
Just feels to me like we're probably going towards Syndra. It's gonna be Syndra, or it could be something like a Silas. I think Silas here for LNG or for Xiaohu.
Dịch dụng với Lucian này.
A lot of ultimates that you
Xem.
can try to take and blind. I mean, you have to blind somebody. Please, we're not telling me we're doing blind Olaf here.
Hey, you know what? Yesterday, Top Esports B1'd Olaf, and they won the game against BLG. So if they can do it, anybody can blind pick an Olaf. Maybe Zika has a chance to do that. There are definitely things that can answer into it, though. The Cassante just generally going to be able to duel.
Weibo, đúng rồi anh em ơi. Lựa chọn Weibo là
Once he hits level 6. We'll see if he wants to
chọn Weibo à?
for himself.
Ooh,
Trừ
Galio's not
suy là
much
7 năm
better.
Weibo
I feel
căng
like
ấy.
LNG
Nhiều
are
ấy.
really kind of running themselves into the meat grinder with this one. Do I, as a Lucian,
2-1
as a
Weibo, Weibo vẫn
Nocturne,
thắng à?
as a Galio, do I really
Nó ván
want
1
to
này
deal with
energy mình cũng
an
ngon mà.
Olaf? No,
Dịch dùng thì
not
không thích nhé,
really,
anh em ơi. Còn
and
Dịch không thích.
you have to pick a winning matchup into this, but there's also a Shen, right? And the potential for Jarvan to walk top lane, always a possibility. I do think Zehen is interesting. Zehen into this team comp right now, Weibo don't have a ton of consistent damage, so unless they come out with like a control mage in mid, I think that there's a very good
Thằng
possibility
Nocturne ra thì Sen không ra
Zhen
được à? Đúng
do
rồi.
some damage. I did see double
Nocturne
mid
ra
wall
Sen không
ice
ra
cream
được.
there, so
Ván
I'm
1 này
really assuming
energy.
the draft.
Đấy là energy ok.
That sucks. We just got all the way through there.
Mình của energy ngon mà.
I assume it's the
Ui, lắm
Zehen
đâu.
to the Olaf. That is a matchup that we have seen picked. I think we just saw it yesterday in our first series of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
Into an Olaf. I forgot what team. It was LGD, right? That was playing.
Oh, it was just okay. So it was just
Cartoon
the
à? Lại là
draft
ông
with
Cartoon
the,
à? Ôi
the
trời.
display of the draft on the broadcast side. The game is fine. We're not gonna have to remake everybody. We're not gonna have a tomorrow situation.
Xem
Fingers crossed.
mộ ham.
I'm a little sad that the lock didn't get.
Ôi thằng energy có cái
picked up
thằng
for
mid.
Xiaohu. I feel like
Nia,
that would have been a
Nia.
fun thing to see for such a
Nia
legend
bị
in the
vậy.
space to be playing the newest champion in the game, but he's going to be playing another champion that was released over the last couple of
Energy
years.
cộng anh em ơi.
Aurora, of course, going to have decent laning power against
Energy
Galio,
cộng mang đến hai
and
energy
the
luôn được.
ability to match him a little bit when it comes to roaming across the side lanes. And I think overall, Weibo Gaming have a pretty solid composition, all things considered. It's a little bit hard to figure out what exactly their game plan is, but in terms of just the 5 champions that they have on the board and their matchups into LNG, it doesn't seem too bad.
I'm so sorry. These are great points. I just saw that Lumao is wearing like he's wearing something, bro. What is he doing? This is worse than last year when we had Clear Love on JDG and he was wearing the same fit for like one whole week. That was okay. Great points about the draft there, Grapes. Really doing a fantastic job.
They weren't. Though. They really weren't.
I think that Weibo have a consistent enough comp that they can get through the early game. Ziggs and Aurora should be fine. Olaf in this late game is going to be a monster. And so for LNG, the thing I want to see from them is 2 things. This bot lane needs to be winning. If this bot lane is behind or even at the 10-minute mark, I don't think that this game is very playable unless Sheer is also doing well. And then we look at the jungle situation. Nocturne in this game is super homeless. Is he going to dive in the backline versus a Ziggs? Well, Ziggs might opt into a Zhonya's, and then what do? Am I going to be diving in Olaf? No, brother. No, I'm not. So, who does he run into as this game? I need to see them playing around Xiaohao or around Weiwei and letting him kind of dictate. You have a Galio mid, right? It's going to be hard for Aurora to move that champion, but Galio also is very miserable into a Shen, a Jarvan, all of these things that we've been talking about.
So one specific angle that could work for LNG, and they're going to need it to work, because if they lose here, especially in a 0-2 fashion, they'll be in a very difficult spot to try to save their season. They still got 3 weeks left to go. It's not like you can just FF the rest of your matches here. You got to play things out. You got to LNG have a game against IG tomorrow, so it really is
Chan bố mày đây.
non-stop, at least over the course of this weekend here.
Energy, chan
The
bố
LPL,
đây.
very crucial 2 days for all LNG fans in the week before we head over to their own home arena in Suzhou in just a little bit of time. On the other side for Weibo, again, high expectations for the squad entering the year. They were top 3 in split number 1.
Việt Nam diễn à? Việt
Way
Nam
more
đá
an
chả
opportunity
diễn.
to bounce
Việt
back.
Nam
It just
bịp
never
mà.
came. Of course, they lost out in the Knights Rivals event in split number 2, made some roster changes here in split 3.
Yeah.
It feels like we never were able to relive that magic that we saw at the beginning of the year.
It is so strange because play-ins for Split 2 were supposed to be in the NIP arena. There was a last-minute change. Weibo had to play in another tournament the day before, a couple days before the play-ins, so they wouldn't have had time to travel between playing in that tournament and then play in the play-ins.
Một cái under kêu trôi không à? Under bao nhiêu? Ba tin under bao nhiêu? Lý Ninh có biết chơi game không à? Lý Ninh cộng 7.
An effect on Weibo's ability to perform. Not being on stage.
Mà nhìn like Lý Ninh thôi, Lý Ninh cộng 7. Giá bé Lý Ninh cộng 7. Giá to bao nhìn like Lý Ninh. Nhìn điệu hình Lý Ninh đẹp. Hình Lý Ninh ok nhỉ.
We're hopefully trying to feed off of some of that stage energy and going through the motions of playing in an arena.
Yeah, it is interesting to think of the ripple effects of that specific event and what has led. I mean, it's led to Xiao Hao being on
Okay,
Weibo
Lý trôi đấy.
Moham being on Weibo.
Dưới under bao nhiêu nhỉ?
Different situation than what we ran into going
Under bao nhiêu nhỉ?
Into the split 2 Knights Rivals. It felt
Làm
like
gì lâu thế?
Weibo was struggling, but there were still angles for them to, at least win out in that best of 3 or that best of 5, get into playoffs.
Một energy anh em, chuẩn thôi.
Potentially match that top 4. In this situation, also you could be looking at Weibo as like a contender to go to
Anh em ở
Worlds.
đây cũng chung ý kiến đấy, energy đấy.
I don't want to imagine this Weibo. I don't
Ăn hay under 26 à? Ui thấp nhỉ, bình thường chúng có toàn để 28 19 mà 26 à? Trông cũng trôi đấy, cá trôi đấy. Cá trôi đấy anh em ơi.
How the hell what was Moham doing in the LPL? Wasn't that guy like not incredible on the last DK roster I saw? What is he doing there? I don't need
in
them.
This hypothetical, Moham would have never made it over Weibo. This would have never happened. We would have still had the Hank there somehow. He would have still been the GOAT.
Trông có vẻ trôi nhá.
Actually, that's not true.
It would have been Hong, bro. Hong,
we know too much about.
Cá trôi.
I feel like we know too much about this management to know that wouldn't have stood. That wouldn't have lasted no matter what. Not entirely sure what the delay is to get into this game. Of course, we're hoping to get into it sooner rather than later.
Trôi nhá.
But again, just talking about Worlds as well.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
a couple of years ago in 2024, LNG and Weibo were your 3rd and 4th seeds.
Một đi thì chưa bảo đi rồi anh em ơi. Tăng trưởng 7.5 cho energy nhá. Chat với à? Chat à? Nó cứ mở thấp thế vào đỡ suy nghĩ hẳn chuẩn. Rồi con Lợi Văn Tùng lại còn xem cả FPL vật.
Yeah, LNG, the only guy who stuck through was Zika, and Zika didn't even make it through the whole. He's been through a lot with this team, right? I go back to 23. He comes in as a rookie. We're thinking you're not going to do that much. This was the year of amazing LPL top laners.
Ôi làm gì lâu thế? 20 phút rồi chưa đánh, còn mẹ. Ô thời gian cấp bố.
The legendary almost golden road that we had with that organization, and I remember summer finals. Everybody on the LPL team thinking the finals, is this going to be BLG and JDG all over again? We get into the lower bracket, we get into the lower finals between BLG and LNG, goes to 5 games, and Zika looked incredible. Zika going into that final, some people even would have given him potentially the individual lane matchup against 6ix9ine at the time. Beating Bin and that Yagao team was legendary. So there was a lot of hype for them. They came into Worlds. They then unfortunately are the first dinner plate set up for.
Ôi, nãy cộng 7 không đi, dạ sợ 1.5 thì rác rưởi.
And then after that, everything goes sideways. They start losing pieces. They start things start moving around. Obviously, Scout then starts looking at different teams and
Bên này Money Line, energy luôn ngại gì à? Càng thế, người càng thế.
And now Zika on the other side of things, over onto Weibo. Hey, right? Flipping over to the enemy team and getting an opportunity to try to show up his former organization
nó dê là biết
in
rồi.
Beijing. One of these teams is going to have a tough road ahead of them. Here in Group Nirvana, it's LNG and Weibo to wrap up our first round robin.
Đây rồi, dòng một dòng đất. Hai thằng đều 02, đội hình energy đẹp quá. Energy đẹp quá nhá. Biết độ nào hơn Dino à? Dino nào? Dino nào? Vẫn đồng kêu cho quay vô luôn à? Mấy cái xem đi xem đông thế á. Dino nào? Dilo ơi! Nghe giọng giống Dilo đâu cơ à?
Summoner spells being traded down here, heal for barrier, as it is going to be 1x and missing to get that early push.
Dilo giờ đẳng cấp rồi, Dilo kênh lên đề xuất rồi. Dilo giờ bơm 1 rồi. Lấy đồ làm mạnh hơn á, chắc chắn là energy. Chắc chắn là thích energy hơn. Thích về sau phế này, Olaf tạm được, ra vàng, rồi Aurora, ngon. Về lên thì 1910 nhưng mà thích energy hơn nhé. Energy tăng trưởng, vốn là thấp thế. Đây hẳn 7. Đèo mẹ mày lắm kênh thế à? Lắm đâu, một kênh mà. Ăn cho đậm mà, thì Money Line gì cho đậm. Lắm kênh đâu, có một kênh rồi thôi, kênh mới mà. Kênh mới chỉ để like LPL mà. Mới mà, lắm đâu, có 3 kênh bỏ.
Kills, trying to have Elk be able to farm up safely, maybe allow for Moham to roam across the rest of the map once he hits a couple more levels to his using. Xiaohu currently there as Xiaohu is really looking for an aggressive play onto Nya. Have a summoner spell burned.
Đèo mẹ lên cái kèo. Lên rồi. Anh FPS này lên rồi. LG tăng trưởng 7 từ lẫy, nhưng mà đây có pha canh rồi, khả năng là đi. Đang là cút, đang là energy cút đến nơi rồi. Mà không bây giờ gần missing. Vừa lượt có cho Lucian ở đâu? Vừa lượt có cho xảo hao rồi. Trời ơi, mà với energy cộng rồi như thế này. Làm được việc không vậy? Không lai rồi, không, nhất định là không nhá. Nhất định là không bấm nút like nhá. Nè, energy đánh ngày chết các cậu rồi. Tất cả các vị trí đều thua luôn. Từ trên farm ngu. Trên farm ngu, thua mẹ hơn 2 tuần lính rồi. Ô con lợn xìa. Cái game vậy. Đánh giá Hen biết chơi không vậy? Rồi cả vì hồ lai nữa. Và mấy dân chơi cứng cựa thôi.
Moham sending himself up here as well. LNG also deploying mixing to the top side to make sure that their top laner stays safe. Xiaohu roaming up here as well. We're getting weird up here on the top side. EQ once again connecting this time onto the Milio.
Ôi trời ơi, nổ game 1 rồi à, nổ chưa? Nổ rồi, Weibo. Cái thằng xúc vật energy này. Thằng xúc vật này. Ôi lổ rồi, các cháu ơi, lổ rồi. Đội hình energy đẹp và đánh ngu chịu rồi, lổ rồi. Lộ rồi, lộ rồi. Weibo lộ rồi. Ôi lộ rồi. Cái con chó đần này. Sao pha này lại chết thêm được 2 thằng? Bỏ đi. Xin mà một win energy à, 5 phút gặp mẹ AK7. Súc vật. Cái súc vật nhà đội hình nó ok mà. Đội hình nó ok mà đánh ngu. Galio làm gì có đam, Milo làm gì có đam. Không có đam. Lộ các cháu ơi. Lộ. 3-1, Weibo lộ. Lộ. Lộ rồi. Chịu.
Alongside Nya and Weiwei to try to defend that top lane. Obviously, Weibo sent a lot of resources up there, and LNG wanted to try to bail Sheer out a bit, but that was not the way that things should have worked out, especially because 1xN is probably your strongest early game champion, and he was the only one that wasn't at that skirmish.
Thằng nào làm energy, quét hết mã đi. Đã end game đâu.
Had to drop a wave in mid, and he was already behind Xiaohu. Weiwei, they saw him doing his grugs, so they knew he had to be bot lane, and he had to full clear up. He had to drop camps to make this happen. Level 6
Đã end game đâu.
Weiwei has his ultimate. Can they do anything?
Mình em gãy sớm thế.
Is this even worth it to try and start a fight into? Culling is available for 1xN. He's going to issue it, but it gets canceled by the satchel charge. In comes the paranoia. Heroes entrance over top, going to fight.
Lộ. Có rồng luôn nhá, có rồng cho energy nhưng mà lộ rồi. Bạn có cho xảo hu. Đây, em ăn đi em có bạn có mua 2 mình nhá. Một đổi một lấy thêm một con rồng sẽ là cút double kill lên cho vị trí của sao hu. 5-1 lộ. Đầu tư cái mic ngon đi à. Rồi tạm bỡ này thôi. Tạm bỡ này thôi anh em ơi. Để tháng sau nhá. Để tháng sau anh em ơi. Tháng sau là đầu tư mic nhá. Đâu anh em gửi cho cái link này cho mà. Em gửi cho cái link mic đi. Đâu ông nào có link gửi cho xem hả? Để xem qua cái. Để xem qua mới biết được chứ. The grubs are started up by Xiaohao, should be able to take all of them as Weibo continues to snowball their lead. Of course, they would have liked to have that first dragon. They're going to be okay Đâu?
with the situation at
Không thấy gửi link gì nhỉ?
They have all three
ôi dài.
a composition that we said scales pretty well into the late.
They just gave the Ziggs team 3 grubs. Grapes, if they get to hit a turret or they even get the herald.
Đây là mua luôn tai nghe mà có cái mic ấy. Và Bluetooth, Bluetooth. Các 2k tiền thì đánh kiểu gì đây? Tại end game đấu vì có 2k rưỡi thôi. Nhiều ông nghĩ là gì lắm. Biết là nổ rồi nhưng mà đánh ăn ít mạng thôi à. Biết là nổ rồi à. Chấp nhận à. Chấp nhận với sự thật là lỗ à. Đang dần chấp nhận với sự thật là lỗ à. Nhà chính đã end đâu. Nhà chính phải lỗ đã. Chưa lỗ nhà chính nhá. Vẫn còn hốp nhá. Bây giờ là chính nổ mới sợ.
Chạy ra các cháu ơi, lỗ rồi, chạy đi. Khả năng, thôi. Giải tán thôi, không có lỗ hết rồi, tiếc lắm các cháu ạ.
Đã lỗ đâu, chưa, 26 xác còn 20 xác nữa. Thì biết đâu 20 phút rồi end goal game thì sao? 20 phút end goal game thì sao?
That's not much. And usually I'm the guy that's like, one is more than zero, but this time I'm not too excited about it.
Đây, lộ chưa? Lộ chưa? Quay có bạn của Zika. Gỡ là tốt. Gỡ là tốt. Thì là chủ yếu đang ở đường trên và đường giữa. Đường giữa là 1K2, đường trên là 700. Mình chơi đường dưới chẳng có đâu. SB có 300 vàng thì bỏ nhá. Đây là được rút ngắn rồi. Xem qua đây à? Đâu, Tùng phúc phạm về đây hình như trả ra này. 4 con mẹ mà đánh 3 thì này thì khó quá, ra thế giới mở ra. Người đầu tiên đi đâu chính đập chí của Nick Nick đi, bây giờ Galio bên đến. Nào thì khuyết được một người đi, có mạng của El. Đây sao? Gỡ, quay có mạng của Moham. Hàn ra Văn phải bỏ chạy, tung tiến qua bên hàng dòng, tung bên gì xeo, tung xia. Trời ơi. Và đó là lỗ. Và đó là lỗ. Lỗ các cháu ơi. Lỗ rồi. Và đó là lỗ. Gia Văn vẫn chạy được cơ.
Every other time we've seen So try to teleport in the middle of a fight, usually it goes off. That time not what
Để mẹ lên mid vừa đi à? Dưới 26.5 thở rồi. Này thì 3 đánh 2 này. Con lợn này, 4 đánh 2 này. Lỗ. Lỗ. Search mic MV6 ở đây để search luôn nhé. Con đấy giá bao nhiêu ấy? Đắt quá chịu ấy. Đắt quá chịu ấy anh em ơi. Lương có 5 triệu một tháng, mua mic hết 10 triệu thì ăn cướp. MV6 à? Vãi đắt thế. Cellphone S 4 triệu 9, 5 củ. Ôi đắt thế. Ôi nhưng mà quả này đẹp nhở. Ôi trong mic này nhìn nó cứ thế nào ấy. Cũng ok chứ. Vãi lìn, lương 5 triệu và 500k để ăn được rồi. Mình dày đùa. Dân số đáp ứng 15.000 HZ luôn à. Căng nhở. Căng quá. Bữa khác nha. Từ con này 5 củ rưỡi, giảm còn 5 củ ấy, em ơi là bịp không?
And the game looks fine for right now. 1500 gold typically is not a lot, especially at the 14-minute mark, but this Ziggs hasn't been able to take a turret. And I think LNG with those two plays both in top lane and bottom
lane. Còn 500k làm cái chứ 100 à. Vãi. Tìm mấy cái một củ thôi không? Đã đầu tư thì phải mua hẳn quả này. Còn để một củ thì sao nó lại cứ chập chờn thay lại cũng chết tiền à. Rồi làm tí tăng trưởng 7 độ vẫn ok. Mua thì mua luôn con này MV6 cũng được. Còn con nào mà kiểu cũng ok không nhỉ? 70 củ bị thần kinh à? Đúng rồi, mua thì mua luôn cái xịn thôi chứ kiểu không mua ấy đâu. Anh Giai Tùng ơi, anh bị thần kinh à? Mua 10 củ làm gì? Thôi tầm 4-5 củ là nghe tầm trung là được rồi. Mình có phải ca sĩ đâu, có phải mình là viên chuyên nghiệp đâu, mình là viên vui vẻ thôi. Tôi là người sống vui vẻ thôi, mình bình luận vui vẻ làm mấy con đấy được rồi. Nhưng mà cái dòng này là dòng tốt nhất rồi à? Anh Tùng ý là cái dòng này thì là được ưa chuộng nhất à? Thì chúng nó hay dùng cái mic khác mà. Nó hay dùng cái mic gì ấy. Con này trông cũng ok. Em con MV7 11 triệu, con MV6 có 5 củ rưỡi nhưng mà ở C1S đang có giá là 5 củ. Vì đấy á, có các thứ cơ á. Không, nhưng mà ý là cái dòng nào mà được hay kiểu ưa chuộng ấy. Nó hay nó hay kiểu là được gọi là cái gì nhỉ? Quốc dân, dòng quốc dân ấy. Nhưng về cái nghe giọng khác ngay luôn. Con này dùng 4 năm nay rồi, con này có hơn cũ 4 năm nay rồi, tại vì chưa hỏng mới chẳng muốn thay. Nó không hỏng mới không muốn thay chứ lười thay. Nhưng mà hỏng đã thay rồi. Đây, combo sang, và đây kênh có bằng 6 U, sau đó là một người đi nữa quay. 2 đổi 1 lỗ. Với đôi bên một rừng đổi lấy với chiếc của 6 U, lỗ. Sao Hu, lão tướng Sao Hu đấy, tức là trong con aura trong tay của lão tướng, nó vẫn là đẳng cấp. Và dòng nào quốc dân không nhỉ anh em ơi? Anh em tư vấn cho dòng nào gọi là quốc con mẹ nó dân cái. Quốc dân này, quốc hồn quốc túy này. Thử search cái nhá. Mic. Quốc dân à? Đâu, anh em con nào quốc dân? Chat cho cái xem nào. Ui, quốc dân đéo gì có 3 triệu rồi. Rác thế. Ông cái đây là toàn cái gì ấy? Wireless mà. Micro cái không dây mà.
Ultimates traded. Grim Deliverance for the Ragnarok. Zika still being very powerful in this initial 1v1 setting. So Weibo still looking very good in this game. Even though LNG have found a couple of kills back, it's still 3k.
Karaoke sân khấu biểu diễn. Ngày xưa là mẫu micro có dây huyền thoại bền bỉ nhất thế giới à? À, cứ dòng này là quốc dân à? Ok anh em nhỉ? Mỗi anh em ở đây có 70 người, mỗi người cho 100.000 đi để mua mic à? Quốc dân rồi à hay nhở?
I look at Fog of War right now, a lot of the vision is dominated by Weibo, and you're getting push on this bottom lane.
Được đấy.
It's tough as
mấy cái trông ok ấy.
get priority in these side lanes before you move to the objective. I think that's why we see Sheer just recall and walk over, especially with the teleport disadvantage we just saw.
Uầy, nhưng mà có không, mà chính ra em bầm thấy cái dòng NV6 này, thua NV6 là ok rồi. Giá cũng được, làm củ. V7 thì không biết là có khác biệt gì không, chắc khả năng là nghe giọng nó ấm hơn. Con này dùng 3-4 năm nay học cũ đến nơi rồi, nó chưa hỏng hẳn để mua chứ. Sao cả mẹ đâu quầy đắt thế, nhưng cả bộ sao cả sao cả của em hỏng rồi, sao cả của em bầm hỏng rồi, sao cả hỏng rồi. Ui, sao càng đắt bỏ con mẹ ra anh em bịp à? Ôi, mic là được rồi, cần gì sao cạc, mic là đủ rồi. Tao lạy mày à, lạy gì? Lạy gì? Trời ơi. Energy, anh em ơi. Energy cộng 13.5 có biết chết kiểu gì?
Such a weird situation. It feels like, after that one team fight for LNG, the over-aggressive dive from Weibo, maybe they could have found some way back into this one, but all the efforts seemingly fruitless at this point by a team that really needs a win, not only in the series but even just a game, and it doesn't look like it is.
Lạy gì? Anh ra cứ lạy gì nhỉ?
Weibo are up 4,500 gold.
Energy cộng 13 chết kiểu gì nhỉ?
And you know who's going to be the savior of this game if
Ui.
LNG do win? You know who's going to be the most important part?
Thì nó ngửa ba cái nhót này á. Ui, nhưng mà trông quả mic su MV6 này má ưng thế, ưng nhá. Ưng từ hình dáng đến công suất nhá, hiệu năng nhá. Với bộ chơi không ta khả năng là đớp được.
around 2,000 gold versus the Olaf, and that's not even
Bảo anh mới
including
tháng
press
đầy
tag
đủ
with
phụ
the
kiện.
rest of the team. It's a 5,000 gold lead.
Để
Some of it
chứ.
will get cut into with his bot lane turret taken by Nya, but there's another turret being taken in top lane, and
Đang xem quả
the rest of
chi
the
tiết
game
con
is starting to get away from
MV6.
them. I've seen 2 items being completed for some of the members of Weibo.
Rồi, nhưng mà mỗi chỗ một giá nhé. C4S thì 5 củ, chỗ khác là 5 củ rưỡi. Là sao nhỉ?
Yeah.
Able to get about
Yeah.
half that turret in the mid lane tier 2, fully the top lane tier 2 for Xiaohu.
Và hàng new 100% nhá.
Weibo just continue to balloon their lead, and it's not like this is a composition that falls off
Ảo ma
late
thế.
game, right? You still have this late game Olaf, the Aurora,
C4S đã bỏ mẹ, giờ mua ở đâu được nhỉ?
so is Elk, both when it comes to the damage that he'll provide with the Mega
Mua ở đâu
Inferno,
rồi anh
but
Tùng
also
ơi,
the
anh
wave
Tùng thực
pool
phẩm ơi.
in terms of just making sure that LNG
Thế nào mà hôm nay
are
gọi
able to
Tùng
get
thực phẩm?
advantageous
Đây rồi,
lead
anh Hùng Phạm
in
này
the
rồi.
minion waves.
Đớp được,
But what if?
anh Hùng thực phẩm.
What if Weibo just
Anh Tùng
decide,
thực phẩm.
you know, they do a little magic. Some of the
Anh Tùng nấu
Weibos
ăn à?
can play, some
Giờ mua ở đâu ta?
happy What if it happened?
TNG Audio,
This is the welcome to Weibo
Kima,
moment for Xiaohao and Moham, right?
Anh
They're
Duy.vn,
having too good right now. They're gonna have to throw at some point, and that's gonna be the first time they truly are a member of the Weibos.
Meta.vn.
No, we can't call
Ôi,
them that yet.
mỗi chỗ một giá, bịp ê.
If they're not Weibos, then what are they? Just Wei dudes?
Siêu siêu 8/8.
Doesn't feel fair.
They're
We
they're
literally have
members of
Weibo.
Weibo.
Kim Mai cũng được à?
They're members of Weibo Gaming, but they become the Weibros once you do a Weibo.
Kim Mai 1 củ rưỡi anh em ơi.
So
They're
far they
Ui,
haven't got.
bịp vãi.
contracted employees.
Có chỗ nó để 5,5 triệu, sale còn 4,5 triệu.
They have not been
Thằng này nó để
initiated,
hẳn
have
7,5
not
triệu.
joined the family. That might
Thằng này để hẳn 7 triệu,
Moham
sẽ còn
is
4,5
taking
triệu.
it low. Not trying to hunt him down, but it's gonna be that heal issued by the
Ôi mà
shield.
trông con MV7 ok nhỉ?
Pretty
8,9 triệu.
And now we're heading
Cắn mà
back
cắn.
towards
There
the
you go.
bottom lane here.
MV7 này có con
Get things out a
8,9
little
triệu,
bit.
có con 8,1
Zika
triệu.
knows that Weiwei is around with that paranoia
Rồi năm chết không à? Cộng 6 khả năng là
and
mẹ mình
escape.
đi lỗ đít rồi.
Weibo not really in a position where they can start up this Baron just yet, so it is a bit of a waiting game for them before this dragon spawns in a minute and 20.
Usually with mages, you can't do Baron.
Khả năng là
Aurora
đi lỗ
is
đít
the
rồi.
exception to the rule. This champion is a freak of nature. The passive is what I always talk about, and it's for a reason. It makes so that you can just burst down really high health targets if you get multiple applications. So we got to see a little bit of what I was talking about with the Zehen there. The fact that you were
Vồ
mentioning
vập
that
chán chê rồi, chậm rồi, biết nổ rồi, nhưng mà 29-30 nổ cho tao à, sớm là ngửa đấy à. Vẫn thở đều à, vãi, 14 xác rồi mà vẫn thở. Chịu. 14 xác rồi vẫn cứ là thở đều. 5k vàng rồi, tranh của 2 mạng thôi nhưng mà 4 trụ, mẹ cái 5k vàng. Đường trên farm hơn 50 chỉ số lính nhá, đi rừng farm hơn 30, đường giữa hơn 10 mấy con, chịu. Lính sơ sơ gần 100 lính đấy. Đi sơ sơ gần 100 lính hơn dành cho Weibo 88. Có 13 khó chết, khó. 13 6 là 19, cứ phải 11 xác nữa. 10 xác nữa thì trông khó. Khó chết. 13 mà nó thoải mái. Đánh vậy khó vãi làm. Là một cái dưới 28 đang ngồi cười à? Cười thật không? Cười thật không? Pha này mà nó 8 mạng, sao tranh 8 mạng là chết. Pha nó giao tranh 8 mạng này đi. Chết 8 thằng, mỗi bên chết 4 là đi. Đây thế giới mở ra này chỉ để trốn này mà đã bị dí. Lúc bên sang bên bụi rồng đi sao? Rồng còn 3.000, 3.800, 3.500, 3.400. Ui dồi ôi, nó mở rồi. Tôi mà đừng có trả ra, rồng có cho ra van ngu. Ốc chó. Rồng cho ra van thì chịu rồi. Bắn đi, ok, vẫn còn một. Xảo hao đi, bắn tiếp tục vào chính của xảo hu. Lật, lổ. Lổ chưa? Lổ chưa? Lổ chưa? Lổ chưa? Còn thở không 26 ơi à. 17-26 thoải mái. Từ 6 liệm rồi à? Ma cộng 13 đẹp keng, kéo hiểu sao cộng 13 lại đẹp keng như thế. Má mày đùa. Ui, nó ngu. Ôi nó ngu. Ôi nó ngu, đánh nhau liên tục rồi. 20 xác, 21 xác. Ôi nó phải bỏ chạy. 21 xác, 22 xác. Nào, nào, 22 xác, 22 xác. Trừ 6 lại hồi sinh. Yeah. 22 xác thế nào mà trừ 6 lại hồi sinh. Yeah. Thật sự là LPL rất nhê nhá. Nhê rồi, nhê rồi. Ôi, cho thế giới gì cho thật lỗ đít. Nhê chưa? Yeah. Yeah. Ngồi cười nữa không là ngồi cười nữa không khó rồi. Ngồi cười thì khó rồi. À, từ pha dẫn mạng, dẫn một mạng trước thì cho combo, bây giờ thành thế thua luôn 2 xác. Vậy LPL 88. Sao? 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 Olaf tới chơi. Sao? Olaf đến. Nhất thống đến nữa. Sao? Galio mày cũng chỉ là tượng thôi. Đích bố mày. Tắt đèn lao vào à? Lao vào thì ngu. Ông lượng bóng đá không á? Không, không làm bóng đá mệt lắm. Em mầm làm bóng chuyền với cả bóng rổ thôi. Có chuyền bóng rổ buổi sáng khá đấy cẩn trọng. Phải là mấy hôm này chuyền bóng rổ buổi sáng khá nhất rộng rồi.
Those grubs once again coming into fruition here as Xiaohu almost able to take down this entire mid lane tier 2 turret. The rest of the wave comes through, satchel charge issued, and now only inhibitor towers remain in LNG's base.
Môn gì cũng chơi thế á. Em ở đâu đấy á, để xem cũng hay. Cũng hay à. Không, không ấy lắm, không làm cho ghép anh em ơi. Trước làm cho anh ghép thôi, bây giờ nghỉ rồi. Làm cái đấy bản quyền lậu sợ. Thôi mình cứ liên minh thôi nhỉ. Không phải là môn gì cũng chơi, mà ý là nó chơi ở ngoài đời thật đấy. Thì là làm được thôi, cứ anh chỉ cần nhá. Làm cực dễ, làm bình luận viên rất dễ. Chỉ cần chơi những bộ môn ở ngoài đời, như bóng đá, em đá ở ngoài, bóng rổ, chơi ở ngoài thật. Khi mình chơi ở ngoài thật rồi thì mình sẽ biết phải làm những cái gì trong pha này. Vậy thôi. Cần gì phải chuyên môn là ở đấy chứ đâu. Căn bản là mình phải chơi. Bóng rổ anh em không chơi mà anh em ngồi làm cứ đố ông nào làm được đấy. Anh các bảo là tôi không cần chơi bóng rổ, tôi vẫn biết các vị trí, tôi vẫn biết cách cát thì ra đây nói chuyện. Lỗ chưa? Khả năng pha này là lỗ end game luôn rồi. Lỗ không? Lỗ, quay có mạng này, nó đã có mạng của xã hu, đó là thịt bẹ bên đi hết. Nó chỉ là 2-2. ta không chơi bóng rổ mà ta cũng biết tay Mỹ mà chịu rồi. Cái bộ môn đấy thì ai cũng biết rồi. Quan trọng là chơi ở ngoài thì nó biết đấy, nó biết nhiều hơn. Biết cả cầu thủ khi bao nhiêu điểm, axit bao nhiêu, rebound bao nhiêu. 27, 28, 30 xin chết à. Khê. 26 rồi. 27, 28, 30 à. Trông khê đấy, phải là end luôn được thì ngon. Mà lượng tam của LNG cũng nhiều vãi đá ấy cơ. Con dòng này dòng quyết định. Nó đang giúp vào mà. Ok luôn đây Hùng ơi. Rất là dễ nhưng mà lại có cà phê thôi, đơn giản thật. Thử.
Still a wave crashing into the bottom lane eventually, but Shear's not going to care about it. He just wants the extra shield off of his TP. Dragon very slowly getting started up by Weibo. They do not want this to be a 50-50. They want to look for the fight instead. They have Xiaohu on a massive flank with a rank 3 between worlds. 1xN dashes forward, finds a little bit of damage onto Zay.
Mày tham xin chết à? Chết sao được nữa à? Chết sao được nữa à? 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quyết sạch là xong. Thằng AD chết cụ rồi. Đấy là bú ấy. Có lẽ được không nhỉ? Mình Galio thì khó đép rồi. 30 xác rồi anh em ơi. Pha này khả năng chưa end game luôn không? 20 giây đủ để thằng Mít sinh ra không nhỉ? Nếu đủ thằng Galio câu giờ một chút thì từ 6 đẹp. Đây. Nào. 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 31 xác. Một xác nữa được không? Được luôn. Ok luôn. Đúng 7 xác. Chó. Mấy thằng đẹp xinh à. Vừa đủ nhé. Lạnh các bố. Các bố ơi, chờ tí nữa đi vào tìm mic tiếp nhá. Rồi ơi, giàu rồi. Giàu rồi. Giàu rồi, sướng rồi, vua rồi. Giàu rồi. Không sang được MCK nhá, không sang được MCK đâu, nó cũng vậy. Anh em cứ nhắn qua tele cho em Bờm, cho có các bạn nhân viên khác hỗ trợ anh em. Cho anh em bảo là cho xin tele thằng Bờm đây. Thế là nó các bạn nhân viên khác cho, xong rồi sang bên này anh em nói chuyện thôi là được.
nghiêng bóng ngõ dài phăng phắc. Ai đặt tên cho ký ức là nỗi đau của ngày hôm qua. Ai đặt tên chúng ta là người lạ. Có phải đêm qua thức trắng để gấp con tim làm hai mắt, ngăn phải ôm nỗi đau, còn ngăn trái chưa hạt niềm mơ. Kiếp sáng mang đến làm qua cuộc sống, giờ mai kia sẽ phải hoa uống áo đồ. Anh đợi em, anh chọn ngăn nỗi đau. Ngày hôm nay em đi trong mưa, thế nhưng lại quên tim không khóa cửa. Vì cho mưa lần là hỏi thăm, lén vào trộm đi khi ước trong lòng. Ngày em đi theo cơn mơ ngâu, vậy chim lá cánh khóc hoang tìm nhau. Ai đồng ai đếm hết bao giọt sâu. Hỏi mùa thu đang du miên man, mỗi năm mùa rơi bao chiếc lá vàng. Liệu có biết ở nơi nào không, có là nào trông như lá diêu bông. Hỡi diêu bông ơi hỡi diêu bông, bình minh chưa đến, tôi phải tìm sớm. Vì mai người ta đã đi lấy chồng. Ngày hôm nay ngày hôm nay ngày hôm nay em đi trong mưa, thế nhưng lại quên tim không khóa cửa. Vì cho mưa lần là hỏi thăm, lén vào trộm đi khi ước trong lòng. Ngày em đi theo cơn mưa ngâu, vậy chim lá cánh khóc hoang tìm nhau. Ai đồng ai đếm hết bao giọt sâu. Hỏi mùa thu đang du miên man, mỗi năm mùa rơi bao chiếc lá vàng. Liệu có biết ở nơi nào không, có là nào trông như lá diêu bông. Hỡi diêu bông ơi hỡi diêu bông, bình minh chưa hết, tôi phải tìm sớm. Vì mai người ta đã đi lấy chồng. Hỡi diêu bông,
ngó thấy anh ôm em thật chặt, người tựa vào vai anh em thấy bình yên, luôn mong ta sẽ mãi bên nhau dù có xa xăm ngày sau. Nhưng ngày xưa em lỡ loi cô đơn một mình, hình dung anh cứ mãi bên em lạnh lùng, và chẳng anh yêu đã ra đi, còn mỗi khi em đang vẫn đợi anh. Một lần hỏi người, một lần hỏi đừng, hãy hứa với em rằng anh sẽ quay lại, đừng để em một mình, đừng để những ân tình như
Tuần cộng à?
rơi ngoài kia.
Tuần cộng à? Tuần cộng à? Ôi. Ôi. LG, LG.
This Syndra
LG.
UK flex, I, as LNG, would say, are you willing to play Silas, right? We're going to take Nautilus, or we could take Alistar, either one, and then ask you, do you want to play Silas? Because Silas is for sure going to get his pockets ran in the lane by the lock, and then you would say, okay, well, you can have team fights, sure, but if you're down 1,500 gold like we were in game one, I think it would be comfortable with taking that small compositional disadvantage. We'll see if that's what we're going to be getting here from LNG or from Weibo, as they've kept a lot of themselves open. I think they have a beautiful amount of crowd control and setup for fights alongside the flexibility. Now we just need to see, one, where is the Syndra going, and two, what is Zika going to be pulling out in top lane that's going to be kind of being instrumental or synergistic with this team.
Something that with a little bit more point and click CC onto a lock, never a bad thing. I'd wonder if a Renekton is in the wings for a player like Zika, given that he likely will have to, go for some sort of line pick, unless they want to keep, deny that flexibility of the Syndra in the mid or the bottom lane. Looks like right now the solo laners definitely being targeted, though. The Akali ban signifies that LNG think that the Syndra might be going towards Elk.
They got to keep it a little flexible, because last
Đây
game
đây,
they had
LG
Garen
lọc
and
vào.
an Akali ban at the same time.
Team ra.
LNG, do you even want to risk it? Do you maybe even get rid of the Mbessa?
Hệ LG nó ngu quá.
My next pick with Rumble gone, with Twisted Fate gone. You kind of say, hey, look, we're going to take an Mbessa if I'm Weibo Gaming, and then, yeah, you just ban Renekton. I think you, as Weibo, need to snap this Mbessa immediately. Turn yourself into a dive composition with beautiful amounts of setup, and make it so that now LNG need to be the ones to kind of get to you, because right now, their damage is okay, but it's not incredible, and they don't exactly have a ton of setup from a lot of their other lanes because of the way that they decided to draft their champions.
Well, looks like instead, it's going to be Weibo just saying, hey Elk, pick whatever the hell you want. Take it towards the bottom lane. Talked about dive composition. Kaisa definitely matches that, and now this gives Zika an opportunity to maybe pick something else that is going to get a little bit better of a counter matchup into Sheer.
Kaisa did also get buffed this patch. She has slightly higher base damage on her
Phế
passive,
đấy.
mostly to do with giving her more ability.
Mẹ Bích từng phế rồi.
On that, so just trying to bump up her scaling a little bit is the reason they gave up on her, or they gave on her on the patch notes. So okay, I think Ezreal definitely
Phế tí không ra.
composition, some good tools to lock your opponents down, some abilities to answer side lanes with this Pantheon, but ultimately another draft where I see we're going to be really strong on like 1 and 2 items, and later maybe we can try to play, but I don't think you want to be in a scenario where you're playing 2 and 3 items versus Syndra, Nefiri, and Kaisa.
I like the tank lock-in for Zika in this final selection for Weibo, because you have something like a Locke, who is an assassin, obviously, and you have an Ezreal, who doesn't do a ton of tank shredding. Picking up something like this Cassante is going to make it very difficult for Weibo to pick up, or for LNG I should say, to get a full-on 5v5 team fight win with the champions that they currently have in their side. Going to have to be a lot of side laning here with Sheer on the Yorick, with Locke also being a champion that can do well in those side lanes if LNG want to have a chance to even up our series.
Có hai đi gì chưa á? À, thấy Weibo đẹp quá, công thủ toàn diện nhá. Tấn công được, lùi về được, tấn công 23 nhịp được luôn. Weibo trực tiếp. Weibo suy giảm.
I just think that Weibo's composition right now is really, really good at doing all of the things that LNG want to get done this game, and they're also going to be more resilient. So we'll see. Nya has been mostly a melee specialist so far this year, and you're playing one of the most broken champions on release. You gotta be able to make
Shit.
Oh, it's actually nerfed. I forgot. I got nerfed this
Shit.
Just recently though in the LPL, we'll see if Nya can carry LNG to their first win in Group Nirvana.
Đi anh em ơi, Weibo. 75 Weibo đây.
Well, there's at least one LNG fan with us here in Beijing. Obviously, they have their week of games later to wrap things up in their home stadium.
Weibo rất đẹp nha, công thủ toàn diện. Mở đẹp luôn, lui về cũng được luôn. Trong cái vế của landing thì vào là chỉ có chết. Một vào đó, một đi không trở lại. Và là khó về.
Show out the arena only a single time, and it was a win versus LNG. So we'll see if LNG can try to turn their fates around. I look at this team and I say,
Mày đi gì á, Weibo chứ anh em ơi.
Okay, matchup in mid. Hopefully we'll see due to blow up some of these.
Weibo chứ nhá.
A lock that gets fed this game can be a huge problem for Weibo. Very little ways to be able to deal with.
Weibo chứ đó, đội hình Weibo đẹp, hoặc chờ hạ tí cũng được. Đang 75, 80, 50k, chờ 6 là đẹp. Sợ đi chờ hạ nhé. Không sợ thì phăng luôn. Nhìn lại là EDG à? Cái gì là ngu lắm. Đọc dù là con tướng mạnh thật nhưng mà trông hơi đần. Trên Q được không? Trên Q được. Trên Q trở hạ. Trên giáng sĩ hoặc là Weibo. Trên giáng sĩ an toàn hơn. Trên giáng sĩ ok hơn. Đánh nhau nhiều không cần biết thằng nào thắng. Đánh nhau nhiều là được thôi.
I think I've played it like once, and then I've like fooled around with it in practice pool, so not a ton, but it feels really weird, and
it is a very
strong lại là có dùng nước à?
I personally think
người chắc là chưa đánh nhau tầm chưa đánh được đâu. Phải đến phút thứ 5, phút thứ 6 mới có mạng đầu tiên đấy.
Take a crap load of damage and then basically full heal and also have a blink. That's another ability but still.
Anh liên hệ tên Lê để của anh em nhé. 10% mãi khuyến cho anh em. X1 là bù. Đúng X1 thôi nhá, là xong nhé. Về mộ hai phát hiện vị trí của WBG missing rồi. Mày, đánh luôn à? Muốn đánh à?
Ko, as Weiwei uses the Aegis for a little bit of movement speed, but unable to find the stun onto Xiaohu, so he will back on away. Meanwhile, on the top side, it is Sheer getting the early advantage in the 1v1 top. And he's going to force Zika to head back to base.
This is good. This is LNG starting with an advantage. They've got some CS
Quẹt
leads
chúng
in
luôn.
their lanes. Sheer's
Nguyên dự đoán là
basically
4
getting
phút chung
free
có một cái
time
gì
to
cả.
play
Phút
Yorick
thứ
in
6,
this
phút thứ
game.
7, phút thứ 5
We've
mới bắt
seen
đầu có một
Yorick
mạng đấy.
kind of be like the late game
Đánh siêu chậm
raid
khổng lồ.
boss of top lane. It almost feels like Yorick has taken
Tôi
over
làm
the
một
spot
quả ra
that
phát 40 sac
Sion
rồi mới
used
giỏi.
to. You get this guy to like
Đánh
4
siêu
free
chậm luôn.
items and he becomes tough to deal with. And that
Thế ai xui
baby
đừng mò đánh
gauge,
đi
the
thế này.
dark procession, is impossible
Chậm
for
quá.
champions like Syndra to play against, for champions like Kaisa to deal with. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not LNG can kind of continue their leads and also turn them into something real. Are we going to look towards Dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds with the priority from the bottom lane? They probably want to get a recall in. Are we going to play for Grubs? Because historically, York teams are very weak at getting Grubs, usually due to his poor matchups into some of the other top laners.
Trời ơi, đánh chậm thế 5 phút rồi, chỉ là farm và farm.
Obviously doesn't have a great early, game, but once you hit level 6, are able to 1v1 the York pretty well with the all out. So we'll see if Zika wants to play aggressively as he hits at ultimate. Just does off of this wave at the 5-minute mark. Have this dragon spawning. Right now nobody wants to go for it as both supports are gonna run into each other here potentially in the bottom lane rush. But Moham actually has other plans maybe. Going to try to help get a little push in for Xiaohu. Yeah, throwing out the ritual nails, dashing away. We're doing support gameplay here.
Một đeo trúng rồi, vẫn chưa có mạng nào phút thứ 6. Ôi ôi, cứ trêu đùa nhau này thôi. Nó có cấu một tí ở đây. Ui, 2 đánh 3 không được. Đừng có chân tê nữa, 3 đánh 3, 4 đánh 3 không được, không được. 4 đánh 4, đủ rồi. Đánh đi, đánh đi. Đánh đi. Đánh đi. Phút thứ 6 sẽ có mạng mà. Đúng là phút thứ 6 sẽ có mạng hạng mục đầu tiên. Để mẹ mày, anh Lộc đã có mạng của Sảo Hào. Nhìn về anh Lộc. Ôi anh Lộc. Ôi anh Lộc. Anh Lộc. Ôi anh Lộc.
It's another one going down as Moham fell on the backside, and LNG are up 3-1.
I want to take a look back at that fight because just from looking at how it started and the conditions that Weibo had, I feel like they should have been winning that fight, but a couple of things don't go their way. We start this back up, and look, Xiaohu is not in the best position to be able to start this, but he's in fog of war right now.
Trời ơi, bị bạ.
He needs to hug the wall, man. You can't just be standing there. Loses his flash. And Zika, who I think is the most important member from this early on, went for missing, split away from his team. Nya is able to get the reset, is able to just dash back out. And this just makes it so much easier for LNG. This Yorick champ is the best part. I mean, early, these top laners are the biggest pieces of their team. And that was pretty mistake-ridden from Weibo Gaming going into that fight.
Yeah, just didn't have the proper positioning and call-outs of who exactly was going where. See Xiaohao being in melee range of Yorick with level 6. Never a good sign. Neither was it for Moham, as it was the top laner of LNG to pick up an early 2 kills around the topside river. And the Grubs haven't even spawned yet.
Cái gì thế này à? Cái gì thế này?
When it comes to skirmishing around that objective, which is not necessarily
something
to say about Yorick, as you just mentioned.
Oh, guess what, Grapes? We're having a 5-on-5. You thought a 4-on-4 was too juicy? Well, guess what? I got 5 people sitting or near or getting ready for these Grubs to spawn in a minute right now. What are some things that we could take a look at? It's the fact that both of our mid laners do not have flash. Nobody on the top side of the map has flash. Really big scatter, but it's lane priority, wave priority going over to LNG. And now they can move straight over into these Grubs. Remember, even if Weiwei is in the pit,
Lên nó kéo anh em ra khơi rồi à? Ủa. Thấy dẫn 5k vàng mà. Cái đà.
Sheer who gets there first with the help of the maiden pushing in to the top lane. Zika at half HP. has the ultimate available now. Jess has come off a cooldown, but it's already 2 grubs. Going over to LNG, and it's missing. That starts the engage. Both supports end up getting traded as Nya gets the kill with the Purgatory. Zika now isolated, finds the Pathfinder, and it sets up a huge cut of the week from Xiaohu. Elk with the killer instinct forward, but he gets stunned up by Wei Wei, going to eventually get taken down.
HLE cứ thua game 1, ăn game 2, rồi game 3 như nhá. Đúng thức nhá. Vừa mà tốt dành cho eo này, eo. Ui.
Finally, Nya gets the kill, and Xiaohu and Xiaohao unable to finish off the lock.
Oh my days, that was a lot of kills going over, and Elk flashing forward to try to get some pieces to end this one out. But you can even just see they're so powerful. I think that the LNG kits are too robust this early on. How does that hook go through even when he is intargetable or invulnerable there?
HLE ngửa rồi, kiểu gì game 2 nó cũng thắng, game 3 nó ngửa tiếp với công thức.
Zika with this ultimate to pull Wei Wei out, throws the Aegis to get him out of dodge. And you're just looking at how this is split. Xiaohu and Xiaohao sitting on the but he blinks back over this wall. What an extend. This is a super big Ezreal, but he just dashes forward into these Nefiri. That gray health.
Thằng lồn HLE ngu
I
điên.
talked about it earlier.
So
you just saw how much healing this lock can do.
Hai thằng em về đánh nhau đi.
3-0 and 1. I love the early Lich Bane rush that are going for the Rocket Belt, making sure that you have as much damage as you can have. Try to dish out and really try to snowball on this pick. Lock not very strong in the early game. Once you get a couple of items, you get ahead. So getting as much damage as you possibly can have, knowing you have extra survivability with your gray health, makes things just a little bit more easier to get into the driver's seat of specific games. As we say that
Anh Lộc dính cái thằng kẻ yếu này nào. Cái định kiếm chúng. Giết được Lộc không? Ok, anh Lộc đi. Anh Lộc phụ hồ đi.
Tough timer, Moham recalled first, and you know why that was possible, Grapes? We saw a small piece of vision there, missing recalling in the dot brush and bottom lane. Elk canceled it with a Prey Seeker, and that created a desync there. I usually wouldn't point that out because it's not usually important. We saw that most of the time, no play ends up happening, but Nya dashes forward, thinking Moham's not going to be there. He's thinking, hey, their support's probably on the same timer my support is on. But nope, Moham, the difference in what 2 seconds makes right there, broke the game, finds themselves an advantage, and now Xiao has actually completed his quest because of that kill. He gets to hit a turret plate, he gets to have control of the lane. Look at how strong this champion is. Tier 3 upgraded Swifties. We're not even going to be able to play for the dragon here because Moham took another reset before this fight.
Yeah, so it will just be
Đây rồi, cô ánh sáng đây rồi. Rồng ăn luôn cho Lightning. Ôi, 12 phút ăn một con rồng á. Thật sự là chơi game không phải ăn rồng luôn, chỉ cần đánh nhau thôi.
Still a small gold lead opened up for Weibo, and they have their mid laner in a great spot as well. That is a full Blackfire torch picked up off the reset from Shadow.
Lots of ability haste and a lot of damage coming through with the roll quest with the upgraded tier 3 Swifties. So this Syndra is going to be problematic. I wish some of our pro players would take advantage of some of the OP items. I was talking about this last night on the show for the small amount of...
Ôi, nhìn thấy nhá, có thằng yếu trúng này. Đấy mẹ con cua. Đéo cho ăn mày. Đéo cho ăn mày.
Yep. I really feel like Imperial Mandate is one of Syndra's best items. It is so broken. The additional ability haste that you get on her scatter, plus the vulnerable you get to apply, it means that with that item, and then you pick up things like Storm Surge, or even you can continue to go for Blackfire Torch, you have permanent uptime on your scatter, and you turn into a beast in 1v1s in team fights.
So does that mean if you scatter a target, the ultimate that you put onto them does like 15% bonus damage plus the execute once you hit that 100 stacks? Does that sound right?
Yes. It's not 15% because it's the... Oh, I'm thinking of Abyssal Mass that has 7%. It's really nasty. And it's super cheap, by the way. The Bando Glass isn't the best component you want to build on some of the mages, but because of how cheap it is, and it having 60 AP, it feels really, really nice, especially for Syndra, who just wants ability haste.
It feels like there's a number of champions that can actually utilize that item really well. I mean, obviously we've seen Galio really take over the meta with it.
Imperial Mandate is 7%, by the way. It's 7%. All sources.
Xin energy một
I would
map
say
à?
we need to
Xin
build it right
energy
now.
một
Maybe
map
it's
à?
instant first purchase
Hay
on
không
every
đấy?
champion.
Khả năng hay không Weibo
I feel
99
like
đấy.
just having
Weibo 68
not
hay không
realizing
đấy?
which spells are immobilizing spells and then like doing all that math in your head, and also just getting over the
Khả năng nó
stigma
hay
that
không
like
cho
it
lệ
used to be a
chuyến đấy.
support item. Like this is definitely
Agreed.
an item that like any mage can
Ghi
pick
hay
up
không
and
lệ
have a
chuyến
lot
á?
of success on.
Đây,
Xiao
chó
Hao
săn
going
truy
into
đuổi.
1x1
Đuổi,
looking for
đuổi
some
cái
success
gì
in
nhưng
the
mà
mid
đàm
lane.
không
He
đủ.
jumps away from that prey seeker of Elk, and so he will be able to survive. That means that now
Rồi,
Weibo has
cả
position
Sante.
around the top side
Cả
river
Sante.
with the Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds.
Cả Sante.
But can they even push further in here? That needs to be
Rồi, Phan không nhở? Anh Lộc đánh ở chính của eo đi đến lỗ đi được.
That's a very
Không,
chunky
đó là
trade.
chủ của Weiwei.
Weiwei can still recall right now, walk
Cái
out of
Sang
his
vẫn
base
hơn
and use the
650
Grand
vàng
Starfall
nhá.
to get right back into this fight. Looks like he's instead
Đây
getting
chỉ
the
là
jungle
cân thôi.
privilege his way back in.
Bên
They
cai xa
muscle
gánh.
through the river.
Bên
Zika
cai
might
xa
not be able to
gánh.
get here. Ooh, killing this maiden is very
Bình
big.
thường
It
em
means
tôi.
likely that Sheer is gonna have to very heavily consider whether or not they actually want to go for these this Herald play with their top laner.
You know how much Yorick would love to have a Rift Herald in his inventory at the ready. Hey,
Dude.
that's another one of those timers that we were talking about. Maybe this will
Sure.
become important around the Herald.
Bình thường em tôi gánh.
Doesn't cancel that one though. But hey, now they know that Missing is going back to base. Xiao Hao feels confident enough to start Shelly up. Still have Nya in the area. Remember, this was the area of the map where LNG were able to win a big fight about 10 minutes ago.
Weibo are not doing this fast enough. Elk is only just now hitting, so the Herald's
Ui,
finally
trúng,
gonna
trúng,
get taken.
trúng,
Xiao
trúng
Hao
thằng Wei,
Weiwei.
trúng thằng Weiwei.
Weiwei, in goes the Zenith
Hay, hay,
Blade
hay,
as
hay. Anh
well.
Lộc bên kia nhá.
From the Pantheon, he's still ability to try to
Còn
get
anh Lộc
into
nhá,
the
còn anh
pit.
Lộc nhá.
Shelly's actually gonna
Đi ca thì
reset
hết máu
as
rồi.
Sheer forces a flash
Tiếp tục
away
biến
from
luôn,
Zika.
tiếp biến từ.
He connects, and even without
Sheer
the
khả năng đã đi
maiden,
rồi, đủ
it's
không?
Sheer who ends
Kéo
up
đủ.
with a solo kill and will get out with his life. 1-0 in the extended fight here for LNG, but Weibo aren't able to finish off the Rift Herald.
What is the communication on Weibo? Because if I see
Energy
that
win
enemy
đi
Zika
mà. Cứ
has
khấn thôi, cứ khấn
continued to
thôi.
recall and is
Cứ
going to
khấn
go for that,
thôi.
my bot lane should be moving.
Anh nghe
I don't care
phần
that there's
khấn
another
thôi, cứ
minion
khấn
wave.
thôi.
We
Đinh
need to be hitting this
Đinh
dragon
cứ
or
khấn
this
thôi.
herald at the same time. What is Zika
Khấn
looking
này.
for? Okay, that's
Khấn.
maybe a rhetorical question.
Khấn.
I know what Zika is looking for. He's trying to Cassante Q3
Bởi vậy
and
phá
stop
nãy
him from teleporting, but just take the recall and
rồi
match
nó
the
vào thêm một
teleport
tí
at
nữa,
the
một
same
tí nữa là
time.
được rồi, đánh thêm một cái tay,
Big
ok,
mistake coming in
mở
from
được.
Zika leads to a solo kill, and the,
Thêm một chút máu
the
nữa thì mở
Herald
đường
is
được.
still up. LNG are still fine. It is a rather even game with only a 700 gold lead for themselves.
Mohan finding a really nice engage on the Missing, already forced the Nautilus to flash away. He will end up living, and then
Nào.
Weiwei can go for the re-engage. Purgatory comes out, an instant execute.
Chưa gì
on
bộ
the
Hanma đi đường
Leona.
có tách thì
And
chúng nhiều
now
người
it's
quá,
about
đam chỗ
to
thế đâu,
look
ui,
for
mẹ nó gõ một
more
phát
with the
eo.
reset. Teleport comes in from the Zika. Extra shield.
Ui, thằng eo nửa cây, chưa làm gì nhá.
And Elk is down to about 40% HP. Infernal Dragon is up.
Chưa làm gì nhá.
As Weibo would love to even up the count, even though their support is still in the death chamber and is just about to respawn.
Their support dies, but Weibo still get the dragon is just mind-boggling to
Nó
me.
một dòng, một
The
đèo
numbers
linh hồn
and
lên
the
dòng
fact
để
that
lên một dùng
LNG
đất
can
à.
push the advantage that they
Dùng đất
have.
cho ai cũng ngon thôi.
Zika's
Ui,
gonna
chơi với
hit
khung máu
now.
góc này thì đi
Oh,
rồi.
Fully get
no.
over the wall. Gonna be a little bit more difficult for Xiao, who did finish off the damage, but the unleashed
Hay, hay,
power
hay,
does
hay,
not require him to be in the dragon pit to do the deed. It's a kill onto Sheer, another shutdown going the way of Xiao Hu, and he has now 10 stacks
Xiao
on his
Hu.
Dark Seal.
Such a heavy investment from LNG to even be on that dragon, and now they have to clear all of their bottom side. They have to hope that Nya is going to be getting enough from this bottom lane with 3 grubs, because there is still the Herald on the field. And I look at what Weibo are going to do. They had complete control of the mid wave. They go into top side. They can have Kai'Sa who moves after this mid wave, and they can just hit this Herald. Herald has become one of the best objectives in the game, and having access to it, whether it is the ability to take down turrets or throw it in the middle of a team fight and get massive knockups, is so important.
But neither side willing to start it or at least finish it just yet. A much closer
Mày
second
ở
game.
Academy hay à? hay.
themselves
Hay.
alive in this game, in this series, in this
You
season.
can't do this, Xiaohao.
But it's Weibo who starts up the Herald first, and the Fury jumps away. Xiaohao not able to do anything with the teleport coming in once again from Nya. Going for the Shadow Flame second item, so this is a full glass cannon lock, already at 4-1, and you know that he's going to do a ton of damage to anybody who steps in his path.
Yeah, Nya
7,
needs to
8
be the
người
carry
đã
of
khởi
this
động
game.
sứ giả là
Right
EDG.
now, I mean, his team is getting to that point where we kind of said, hey,
Cũng có hướng
first
danh
one
từ
and two
Weibo
items,
và đang đi
Trinity
ở một
Force
đèo
is
chết.
almost Muramana completed for 1xN.
Đều chết
This is
cơm.
where LNG are going to kind of be at the apex of their strength, but I look at the opponent team right now, and they're on similar item spikes. Rageblade already
Rồng
completed
là
here
một
for
chứng giải
L
đến
with
một
his
trụ,
Kraken
trụ đầu
Slayer.
trên có luôn.
A lot of damage coming through for
Là một
Weibo's
trụ lời
carries.
cho energy.
And I mean, who are we looking for LNG
Rồi
to kind
to.
of be the leader inside of the game? Because you have a bunch of rookies and a lot of veteran or journeyman players who haven't really been able to cut their mark here in the LPL.
I mean, you mentioned it all at the top of the show. Two players that really were a huge part of the leadership were the two players that ended up leaving LNG after Split 2. It was Krako and Bulldog, these two LCK players. Of course, Krako had some experience in the LPL before, but coming over here, he was such a big driver for this team's success. They end up going different directions, and now Weiwei and Ya have to fill in, and now have to be one of some of those big voices, fill in for the shoes of the players that they have replaced. Reminder, LNG over these last couple of seasons always have had promising rosters, but have never been able to escape Group Nirvana. This could be their opportunity to lock a top 8 spot. Very far away from that becoming a reality, though, and it starts with a win in this game. Dragon
There's no
about
dragon to
get
contest.
contested. Oh, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's not up for another 2
Ôi
minutes.
sao?
Weiwei still wants to fight
Ôi
on.
sao
Save,
Hu?
going in
Sao
onto
Hu?
Xiaohu. He still has a flash to get over the wall.
Cuối cùng là
and
cái
he
tâm
will
kia bờ
get
tường, người đầu tiên đi
out
chính là
by the
Weiwei.
collapse
Weiwei
onto
thuần
Weiwei
chết
with the
trước,
killer
chết
instant.
chay.
Zika, the one to finish the kill. And now it is Weibo potentially
À,
hoping
thỏa
for
thuận truy
more
đuổi là tổng
rounds
trình
pursuit.
Missing khả
Goes
năng là
on
đi
to
đấy, đủ
Missing
đam
as
không?
Nautilus uses the
Mắc bờ
Dragon's
tường
Blade
vẫn
to try
trốn
to
được.
escape, but the rest of Weibo still unrelenting. 1xN uses the Arcane Shift to escape. Nya throws out a couple of ritual nails, and Weibo will only get that one kill.
That was some creative team fighting. I like that from Weibo.
Rồi cân hết
I
nhỉ, bắn 1 thì
really
rửa, bắn 2 cân
appreciated
hết.
how they trapped and thought, hey, LNG, look, there's a Syndra in the pit. She might have her flash up. Do you want to try to blow that instead? And it leads into a kill. It also now means that Xiaohu teleports top lane, gets himself a turret, and they'll be able to recall and bring him right back towards this dragon. I think LNG could find a position where they try to punish this champion coming into the next dragon, but they used a lot of important tools. I think a lot of it is this Grand Starfall that is not going to be ready in time for the dragon. LNG are going to
LNG nó
themselves
ngu
need to
vậy
be really
nè.
creative with their problem
Ngu
solving.
đâu, tiền vẫn đang
Seems like
cân mà.
Herald in mid lane is going to be their
Không
shortcut.
cần tiền này,
Even
giờ
if the
energy
goal
hơn
in the
trụ
game,
này.
take down the mid tier 1, and then we'll
Vừa đối giữa có
recall
cái
and maybe
energy này.
reassess our options afterwards.
But it maybe like
Nhẹ chung đánh ảo thật.
held
Cân mà.
for a couple more seconds.
Đấy,
Maybe
lại
this
có hơn
next
200,
wave
300.
make it a little bit more
Cân,
simple
cân, cân.
for LNG to go
Giờ
towards
sứ
the
giả đi
dragon,
đâu?
but now, as
Đi
you
đâu?
say, resets are gonna have to
Kéo
come
đi đâu
through,
luôn.
and there's no Pantheon ulti
Ừ.
available until after the dragon has spawned. So Weibo gonna be able to get to this one first and have easy pickings at not only starting up the dragon, but also picking up and engage whenever they so feel like it.
Look at how OP Xiaohu is, by the way. He's almost a full level up, being they're even in CS. They almost have the same score line, but he's been in the solo lane a little bit more. He's got 10 stacks with a completed Magi's. He's 16 stacks away from the execute on his champ. I like this position as Weibo. You might not have flash on your mid laner, but this is a really good spot for Weibo.
Death charge procced onto Elk. He's able to back away at a good moment. Purgatory comes out, not
Oh
finding the
my.
execute onto
Ôi,
Mohammed.
ôi, eo, eo. Thằng eo hay thế. Ôi, thằng eo. Thằng eo cũng đã đi rồi. Đây, Xảo Hao thì... Nào. Xảo Hao giết hết. Có thể kéo lại trúng tiếp. Hủy diệt thành cho Weibo 2-0. Tiêu ăn win à? Mày đã được tới thăm T1 ảo thật. HLE có vị gì? Ngọt không? HLE có ngọt không? Gai Phùng Đinh ơi, energy có ngọt không? Ngọt không?
That execute goes down. Elk
Ngọt
flies
không?
through. And look at how much damage the 1XN and Meow are able to get down.
Nửa
That's
sớm
an
energy ơi
instant
à?
pop.
Nhưng mà
But
có ngọt
Xiao
không?
Hao's already in the back line. All of
Luis
their
Phạm hỏi
mobility
có
spells
ngọt
are
không?
down, and the healing from this Nefiri takes down everybody. LNG have no room to
Má
stand
đi
on
trên 2.5
anymore.
map à?
All of their
Má nhỏ.
carries gone. We said it was scary
Luis
enough
Phạm
to
hỏi anh
play
là có
on a
ngọt không?
2-item power spike versus this Weibo draft, and now they've lost yet another fight
Trên
right in front of
2.5
an
map cứ tưởng
objective.
ngọt mà lại là khê.
I think we said this is a bit of a meme going into the series arc, but Xiaohao really has been a difference maker in this
Thế
best
đã
of
giòn
three
đó.
so far. That Nefiri 1v2 obviously had
Thế
Elk
thôi,
a
nhưng mà
little
chưa chắc đã
before he
giòn.
died, but able to kill both 1XN and Nya with the Nefiri. This is his second straight game where he's picked up a
Ivan
significant
thay Honor vừa
advantage
đánh ao
over
trình
Weiwei.
HLE quả là
Maybe
HLE
the
nhá.
start of something
Ván
here
1
for
ngựa,
Weibo
ván 2
with
thắng,
their
ván 3
brand
ngựa.
new
Công
jungler
thức của nó
on
đấy.
their side. Xiaohao maybe can be the different piece to help Weibo
7.5
in
chắc
the
cút
second
không
half
à?
of this
Bây giờ bao
season.
nhiêu? 4 mạng 5,
I
6, 7,
think you
8
kind
khả
of made
năng.
it a bit of a throwaway
Khả
line,
năng
but
đi
you said
5,
it
6, 7,
there
8.
in the pre-show. This
4
is
mạng
the
rồi.
match. The road to Worlds, or at least the road to the regional finals and playoffs, is tonight. It is this match.
It's
Remember,
tonight.
going 0-3 doesn't
Tonight,
lock you
tonight,
out of getting
tonight.
top 2 in this group, but it just makes it so much more difficult than it needs to be, especially as these are the two bottom
Tonight.
teams here, and in this system, bottom 2 of Nirvana are locked out of playoffs, and their 2026 comes to an end. This is potentially the
Bên
last
tờ
fight
ở
we'll see
chơi
from
trên
LG
giờ
and
đánh cũng
Baron.
ngáo ngáo mà lên đêm để anh rất lại hay à.
Ui
giời ơi. Chịu. Anh lập cấp Baron dành cho Energy. Được chưa? Anh lọc cấp Baron cho Lý Nính. Ok chưa? Ai chê tôi? Ai chê? Ai chê anh lọc? Ai chê anh lọc? Ma Vương.
Weibo had a 4,000 gold lead. Baron gave him 1,000, so that cuts it now, and they're going to hit with 3 grubs onto this turret. 2 teleports coming in from
Bảo quả tôi lên bảo quả.
Sheer is way too tanky. I
Đúng
think
rồi,
he's
cố lên
completely fine
Energy
by
ơi à.
himself.
Cứ cố lên
LNG, we
thôi.
need to walk as a
Chơi
unit,
game
get
phải mong
out of
tại
this
em
position.
chiến thắng thì cứ cố lên thôi.
No hound's pursuit, so no ability to continue to gap close onto LNG at the moment. No dragon available. Scatter the weak once again, containing stun onto Weiwei. And another Void Seeker puts the plasma onto him. Elk gonna pull the trigger, but a nice Aegis here from Weiwei.
Chơi game phải mong chúng nó đánh nhau, anh mạnh lên, nhiệt tình lên, cứ mong chúng nó cố lên đép đi. Đùa anh em chơi cái gì đấy?
Let's see this. 2 junglers, and it's not even the guy with the smite key. It's just a ritual nails. The ultimate maybe is doing some tick damage. The last ritual nail right over the wall. Gets that for LNG. The rookie in the mid laner. Or in the mid lane. Look,
Đánh nhau nhưng không được end sớm à? Phải lìn. Đánh nhau nhưng mà không cho end sớm à?
Even got subbed out in mid series. Mixing's gonna get caught out in mid. I don't think this changes the flavor of what's happening in this game as I look at LNG solo laners sitting on the opposite sides of the map. Turret taken for them, and we still got a minute before this dragon.
LNG know that they are down. They do not want to be out.
Tham của anh đấy à, tham của anh nhưng mà có phải tham của em đâu. Em thì đi Weibo. Tiết lẻ từ thôi, có 3-2 phút là được à? Có không vậy? Có không vậy? Được không? 3-2 phút thoải mái, rung đùi. Hết trước ngưỡng cửa thiên đường, 31 phút 58 giây. Đẳng cấp luôn. Thế thì đẳng cấp luôn. Cửa thiên đường 31 phút 59 giây. Ôi dồi ôi.
1XN has kind of gone missing after being one of the best AD carries in the LPL, in Nirvana at least. And the game is not that far out. It's a 3,000 gold.
Rồi, bọn Energy ăn được Baron nhá.
You've been able
Đó
to
mà
keep in this game.
pha đấy không ăn được bây giờ là en con mẹ mày rồi. Chết cái đĩ mẹ mày rồi. Một thằng. Thằng tiếp theo. 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 Thôi thôi, tan lát cuộc đời rồi. Tan lát. Bỏ rồng chạy đi. Trời ơi. WBG gaming. Không end game, không end game nhá. Quyết định là không end game, ăn rồng. Đẳng cấp luôn. Đẳng cấp luôn.
Man, Weibo Gaming, they are feeling
WBG
themselves.
gaming.
Xiaohao gets to sit himself with a
10
25
sack.
stat
Cả
Majai's
rồi,
Soul
Weibo
Stealer.
2 không
And we'll look at
đỉnh.
this fight, there
Khi
is
giảm Weibo
nothing that
ngay.
Missing can do. Ultimate lands on top of him. He tries to throw a dredge line and it's stopped by a stray Nefiri dog. The packmate's doing a lot of work and then it's just lights out for LNG. The damage from Xiaohao on this Nefiri. Sicko with this incredible Cassante Q3. The damage is just all there and there's nothing that LNG can do to run away. Dragon will get taken, it'll put Weibo at soul point, and it all but confirm a 2-0 win here for the Weibros.
Chán chưng rồi à? Đúng rồi à. Không ăn không ăn chủ, chỉ thích đánh nhau thôi, được chưa? Được chưa?
But Weibo might have found something here. With Xiaohao joining the team, maybe a little bit of extra energy, reinvigorating these players. Obviously a long road ahead of them, but it starts right here. They're going to get to play everybody.
Để nó ước chết à? Anh Văn Hiếu Nguyên này thấy có ok không? Nghe theo bầm thấy có ok không? Ok luôn đi.
Still have a chance to sneak into that playoffs and try to redeem themselves from what was a very disappointing split.
Mẹ mày suy giảm 80 chết nhá, tao bỏ. Không bao giờ làm mình viên nữa. Không bao giờ cắt nữa.
Focus over and just look at all of these wards put into
Bỏ
LG's
luôn,
red
không
side.
bao giờ ngồi cắt nữa.
There is
Bỏ.
3 wards sitting between mid, Raptors, and red buff. It is lit up like a Christmas tree, and so any move that LNG try to make over to this Baron is going to be met with hostility and the inability for them to really do much. Dragons going over to Weibo, a 7,000 goal lead, and now the item advantages are really starting to kick in. We've talked about a lot of players, but this Sicko is a beast in this game.
And he's at 120 stacks, so not only does he have those 4 items, but every one of those EP thresholds just gets bumped up a little bit with the extra help of the passive, and you can start to see the damage come down here by Xiaohu.
Bây giờ endgame mới đẹp à? Hết rồi.
Once again, the Baron
Mấy ca vàng thua được chịu.
last time, but Weibo want to make sure that doesn't
Mấy ca
happen
vàng
again.
thua được chịu.
They're looking for the fight
Chịu.
instead of the finish. Ya throws out the purgatory, but there's nobody at a reasonable threshold. Zika getting bursted down after popping the all out, but he will survive. It's a double kill in for Elk. It's a quadra. Oh my goodness, it was almost a penta, but Xiaohao steals it away. Weibo Gaming able to clean up yet another
Weibo
ace. They
Gaming.
don't need the Baron
Ok
to
chưa?
march into mid and pick up
Được
a
chưa?
2-0 lead. Their first win in Group Nirvana.
Elk is stone-faced and Xiaohao is cracking up in the player cams. He feels bad he may have stolen his AD carry's penta, but he'll take a 2-0 in his
Ok
AD
nha,
team.
Weibo.
It'll get them their first win in Group
Đúng mười
Nirvana.
mấy giây, 20 giây. Được chưa các con vợ của anh ơi? Được chưa?
chuyện sau đó cứ để mặc ông trời quyết, bởi anh biết mình có tính cũng bằng không. Quan trọng khi bên nhau cả hai phải biết bằng lòng với hiện tại, bằng lòng với rủi ro, bằng lòng với một điều tương lai mình không thể có.
Anh nghe không bằng mắt thấy khi chứng kiến em bên người ấy, trong tay yêu đương nồng cháy để lại anh đau thương chân. Mình cố yêu trong một thoáng, ở đây rất thân nhưng trong đám sự thật là anh không có cách nào khác. Đừng nào giật cùng trên xa, chẳng mấy ai yêu thương thật thà. Anh mà dục cùng năm qua, đâu cần phải đưa ra lý do. Dành trọn cả đời trong lo, nhưng trái tim chẳng thể cảm hóa. Chấp nhận mơ lớn, mong chúng ta có thể dài hòa.
Chẳng thể kề bớt, lúc anh nhớ thì em cũng chẳng thể đến. Nhiều lần hứa không gặp nữa nhưng cũng chẳng thể quên. Cứ như mình thắng hết tất cả trừ ý của bề trên. Đừng hứa những điều viển vông, đừng mỗi khi vai kề cho nhau quá nhiều hy vọng. Chỉ cần cho anh biết khi tâm hồn mình lạc lõng, mình vứt bỏ quá khứ để sống vì nhau được không? Trân trọng nhau, xin đừng mãi hứa những điều viển vông. Đừng mỗi khi vai kề cho nhau quá nhiều hy vọng. Trả lời anh thật lòng khi tâm hồn mình lạc lõng. Anh và em bỏ hết tất cả để đến với nhau được không?
đã làm quen em với nợ kia, dưới góc phố lặng thinh tiếng bước chân chậm chạp lúc chiều khuya. Tất nhiên thì anh cũng như họ, chồng muốn bỏ để em thấy yên mình, còn riêng phần anh thì lại thầm trách mỗi thứ trái ngược với chuyên tình. Em lúc mình buồn như trời vừa tới, mưa tháng 7 là cơn mưa rào rạt lạnh về tình yêu mà anh đã lỡ mất. Hận ai cũng từng nếm phải cảm giác trống trải trong lòng mình em ơi, như em cũng từng đau khổ vì họ rồi lại tất chắn bao đêm qua. Nếu ta có dịp ngồi lại thì anh xin phép kể cho em nghe, tình yêu của anh thì cũng giống như họ, là có em ngồi phía sau xe, là buộc phải cố lượm lạc được hết những thứ trước kia đã xa mình. Là em hồi đó hay là anh bây giờ cô đơn đứng chuyện ngày ba tình. Hoàng hôn tháng 7 chỉ bao chỉ chiếc chiếc trái tim buồn bã đã cũ mềm. Bầu trời đêm nay lại có mưa rơi qua một ô cửa nó phụ mềm. Câu chuyện sau khi mình đã nhớ em phải bao nhiêu đêm, nhưng sau tất cả thì chỉ có anh và anh tự lúc để yêu em.
ngại ngùng không thể
Since we cannot be hand close
thương nhau mình để đó vì bước không thể xa hơn nữa đến không đường buông
muốn không đành, chẳng cách chi cho vừa. Mình đặt những hoài nghi khi mắt vào môi không chung gối, hành hạ tinh thần nhau khi biết không thể còn chung lối. Mình dửng dưng với quyết định dù thấy kết quả ngay trước mặt, để rồi buông tay nhau, đau rất cạn cả nước mắt.
Đôi khi anh nghĩ cuộc sống cho đến khi màu vàng rơi, một màu xanh trắng thơ ngây, chẳng lấy che đậy một người bao vây. Tình cảm hai ta như cơn gió dịu, mây trắng bay màu rơi đẹp tiền, chẳng ngại sương gió bao đêm để đến bên em rồi quên. Không dám không lòng, không dám không lòng, tình ta giờ đây chỉ hai hướng. Một đoạn tình vương nhưng sao mình anh khó đâu chạm được. Cô đen chúa đây tình ta giờ đây chỉ hai lối. Vương vấn cho tình rồi ngồi một mình trong lòng tim. Yêu biết nhau chỉ buồn đâu dòng lệ hai đi. Nặng lòng suy nghĩ làm chi người đi khó đâu làm gì. Cô đen chúa đây đang gần lên trên thủy suối. Hai người ba đường tận sông lạnh.
Âm thầm dõi theo nhau đường thói quen ấy không thể bỏ. Dẫu hạnh phúc là mong manh như bồ công anh bay trong gió. Người vẫn hoài thương mình là hai mảnh ghép trong đó. Vì yêu thôi chưa đủ, em thừa hiểu điều đó mà. Nếu có chăng mình đến được, sớm muộn cũng đôi ngã. Nên anh giữ sự im lặng để mình không bay vội xa. Như sự thật là
yêu ghét nhau chỉ buồn đâu dần lên hai đi. Nặng lòng suy nghĩ làm chi người đi khó đâu làm gì. Cô nên chúa đây bao cơn mây trên thủy suối. Hai người ba đường tận lần sông lạnh.
xa chính nơi ta từng có phút êm đêm trước ngày giông tố đến tìm. Đến khi nhận ra nên quý hơn những ngày tháng sống bên nhau thì mình muộn mất rồi. Giờ này em có lẽ cùng người em yêu chung bước không quay lại nhìn. xin lỗi vì chẳng đến chúc phúc cho em. Vì ngày hôm nay em hứa rồi. Vì ngày hôm nay em hứa rồi, vụn vỡ vết thương đau mãi trong tim. Người đàn ông may mắn ấy từ nay đã cố em, chỉ muốn đến đây gặp em để thấy em hạnh phúc thế nào rồi anh đi. Vì ngày hôm nay em hứa rồi, mãi sau anh sống thế nào. Một người đã mang cả thế giới sánh đôi với tình yêu mới. Ngày em đẹp nhất trên đời là ngày chúng ta xa mãi một người. Nợ duyên đến nay mình trả hết rồi.
Mỗi ngày anh mặc đồ thợ điện đi làm, nhưng không phải. Anh giấu em công việc nguy hiểm kia. Em không cần gì hết, em chỉ cần anh thôi. Hứa với em, anh sẽ không làm việc đó nữa. Hứa với em đi.
Có chuyện gì? Em muốn vậy nghe. Ok, trong này sẽ vui.
Cùng người em yêu chung bước không quay lại. Dù sao thì anh vẫn mong em luôn bình yên. Và xin lỗi vì chẳng đến chúc phúc cho em.
Ánh sáng tới nơi đâu chẳng thấy, mỗi bóng đêm cô đơn còn đây. Ta rung động chỉ trong thoáng chốc, sao bao đêm tương tư chờ mong người ấy. Chuyện nào tan nào ai ngờ trước, người tổn thương lại chính là ta. Lỡ sau này vô tình ta có thấy nhau thì vội chào nhau một câu rồi bước đi, cho quay bước lại làm tim đau thắt. Tình yêu chưa kịp chết, nỡ sao đành buông lời cánh tay. Người ra đi bao giờ, anh đời này một mình đắng cay. Chẳng xa đâu mình anh vẫn tốt, người đừng lo mọi thứ rồi cũng sẽ qua. Chẳng một ai tuyệt vời, mà đẹp rồi cũng ứa tan. Động lại trên đầu môi, bao mong ước ngày ấy vỡ tan. Không hy vọng ngày mai sẽ đến, chỉ hy vọng rằng em sẽ sớm. Chỉ hy vọng rằng em sẽ
chợt nghĩ đến em. Chỉ mong ngày nắng lên để được gần em, quên hết mọi ưu phiền. Mỗi khi em cười thì sẽ ra sao nếu thiếu em, người anh yêu ơi em có hay. Nếu như em là mây hãy mang mưa về đến đây và tưới mát những ngày khô khan, mang yêu thương chỉ mình anh chờ. Tiếng yêu trên bờ môi đã đến lúc phải nói ra, bởi vì anh nhớ em, mong em bên anh ngày tháng qua. Oh baby, only you, only you, chỉ có mỗi em là anh vui. Oh baby, only you, only you, tình yêu ấy đến bên anh. Chỉ có mỗi em là anh vui. Tình yêu ấy đến bên anh.
Đôi bàn tay nhẹ nhàng ôm em nói, bối rối rung động lên ngọn đồi mà suy sao chuyện mới. Lý tôi anh nghĩ không sự sáng chắc yêu ở đây, đâm yêu đôi bàn tay này, đâm đôi bàn tay này, đâm đôi bàn tay nhẹ nhàng nắm em nói, bối rối rung động lên ngọn đồi mà suy sao chuyện mới. Lý tôi anh nghĩ không sự sáng chắc yêu ở đây, đâm đôi bàn tay này, đâm đôi bàn tay này.
Oh baby, only and only you, only. Oh baby, only and only you, only and oh baby. Oh baby, only you, only you, chỉ có mỗi em là mình vui. Oh baby, only you, để tình yêu ấy đến bên anh.
I'm sorry that I said I didn't earlier. The one thing I knew would hurt you. I'm sorry. But you know I love you. And I know that you love me too. It's just that sometimes love isn't enough. At least not for us.
thời gian của đôi ta.
Shockwave combo, really strong champion on this patch. But the Rise is a bit of a self-counter. We've seen Showmaker, the likes of some of these really high tier mids, have pretty extreme success with the Deathfire Touch Rise into the Orianna. It really is a test of skill with the mouse, how well you can weave in and out of those command attack ranges and get your poke on there, burning with the rune. So it's a really interesting that Tung Yuan's just willing to let Shanks have that presumably favorable matchup.
Man.
But we'll see what they go for here.
I feel like Poppy's so good into the Nefiri here. I know Tarzan is a Poppy aficionado as well. Still, obviously, some flexibility between him and Kyle. Kyle has played that one as well. But it's more important to kind of continue focusing on what these compositional strengths are going to look like. Because we have very, very solo lane focus for the first phase from AL. Oh, the Vayne. Locked in, baby.
Okay, so the Vayne is pretty much because they're reading that this Olaf wants to go in the hands of Breed. But the thing with Olaf is he is a flexible pick. It basically calls out on the double flex potential of AL, because technically Poppy can be flexed between jungle and support, and Olaf can be flexed between jungle and top. Now that they pick Vayne, it means that Breed is not going to want to take Olaf, and the actual repercussion of this is they're probably going to want to send Poppy support so that Olaf can go jungle, and they don't have to make Olaf lane against Vayne. So we'll see if the advanced chances are good into
LGD,
Vayne, but pretty much this is them slamming the gauntlet, saying don't send this Olaf top, or Bertle Vayne is just gonna get you.
Yeah, and I could absolutely see it happening. I mean, we were talking about the solo bolos. You know, the perfect side up to get more solo bolos is an ADC in top lane. But in the second phase, we do see some of those particular focuses. The Camille banned away, the Seraphine actually banned away by LGD, and then we already see the Corki that was banned by AL.
Yeah, the Corki ban, I suppose that's interesting. They maybe want to avoid the Corki Nami pairing, pretty strong right now. What the side of AL really needs is an Orianna Shockwave delivery system. They don't necessarily have that. I mean, you can speed up an Olaf, but he's not really able to dash onto the backline like that. I think Syndra is actually a beautiful pick here. If Xiaoya is proficient on that, that can really give them a lot of potential in this draft. Seems like it's just a hover. They're going to take the Bard that's really good into Orianna. And if this read is true, that they're forcing this Poppy to go support so Olaf doesn't have to lane against Vayne, then Bard is really good into Poppy. So this is kind of a bit of a 4D chess from LGD right here.
And they're also stealing away some comfort pieces from AL in the Nefiri for Tarzan. Obviously, it's also comfort for Hung, but more so that Bard for Kyle, not letting him have that one a little bit later on into the series. We do get the Varus locked in for AL, more than likely going towards Hope. And maybe we'll see if
nào
Tarzan
đây?
was the one they were
LGD.
thinking for here with their final pick.
Khó chọn.
So based on this, it should just be an Olaf top. And they're just going to tank the Vayne matchup. But maybe the idea is send Pantheon top level 1 and just constantly threaten the Pantheon W stun onto Bertle. I feel like that could be what they're going for here. I'd be surprised if they go Poppy support Pantheon jungle. Then I feel like you can't really help breathe as much. So maybe Tarzan is going to come up with a clever pathing. Basically, when you have a really one-sided lane like this, you just want to do everything in your power to kind of cheese or change that lane dynamic. If Olaf kills Vayne early, it's kind of just GG, right? So presumably Tarzan, maybe with the help of Kyle, will be looking to do that in this early game.
And I expect that. I mean, that's the combo that has been the bread and butter for anyone's legend over this last year is Tarzan and Kyle. And with very aggressive, kind of tempo-oriented picks here, I expect that to be a little bit more emphasized. I will say, even though Tarzan hasn't played the Pantheon nearly as much here in split number 3, his Pantheon in split number 2 was one of the deadliest we had in the LPL. And I know he's going to be wanting to get a little revenge for losing out on his Nefiri for this game number 1 and for this series as a whole. It's LGD who are trying to work back from a very tough position. They are down and out. It has been a 6-series slide for this team. That's never what you want. And AL, they lost to WE. They're looking to bounce back. Are they angrier than ever? The push for those final positions at least starts now with the second round. And we have our game number 1 of our second series of the night kicking off now. It's anyone's legend versus LGD, game 1.
Đây. L Gaming.
Okay, a little competing fan chants. We still haven't gotten the back and forth nature yet.
This is exactly what we saw coming with this top lane matchup.
Ngay thở Brit à? Ngay thở rồi. Trốn rồi. Gặp bên chỉ có trốn thôi. Bây giờ rồi, 5 giờ rồi.
Going too close to the minion waves. And it's going to enable Bertle to be in this range versus melee matchup.
5 giờ.
Though he doesn't have nearly as much vision of where Tarzan can be coming
5
from.
giờ rồi đã, 5 giờ rồi.
Here comes the Nimbus.
It's a really quick. It's a Storm Raiders start for Breathe as well. Very interesting on the Olaf, and already burns that ignite down. The Ghost will be burned on the other side.
Yeah, I just didn't see that coming at all, but I think it's really Bertle. The only upside for Breathe is that his ignite is a 60-second shorter cooldown. He just kind of pops the ignite for the Nimbus Cloak to get the extra range and autos, but if the damage isn't threatening enough, Bertle shrugs it off and is just going to have way less pressure on him, and he's going to be able to have way more dominant agency in this lane.
I want to see how the Storm Raiders tech works out into the ranged matchup. Obviously, the Olaf can always chase down later on into the game. We'll find that out later. He's trying to get a stop on the back there. Won't.
Một đi gì chưa bảo mà trên tham 31 anh em ơi. Trên thời gian 31 nhá. Đội người LGD đẹp tốt. Trên thời gian 31 đẹp được. Thoải mái. Rồi để có khi 32 phút thì 33 phút.
Right as I was about to praise Tangyuan for his really good base timer, as the Ghost Flash rise into Orianna, it was a really cheeky wave hold there from Shanks to call Tangyuan out on his bluff and say, would you really recall if I froze this? The answer was no, and that means Rise's tempo is not going to be nearly as exquisite as it was before. He would have had the perfect amount of gold for the tier, could have left the base and missed nothing, but I think Shanks is going to force Tangyuan to miss some XP here, get a good shove in, and probably going to have more priority as is Orianna now.
We did
rồi thằng em rồi.
Scuttle Crab just traded away by both junglers.
Thằng em.
Came of that early setup there, at least. The redeploy will come out from Hung. He does have a pickaxe back out on the map. We saw Tarzan take the cheeky back and got the longsword cheaply, like you do now, I guess, in the early game as jungler. And we are getting exactly what we wanted. Some movement from both supports, but Kyle was spotted out on his move.
Yeah, we see Crisp here.
Em ở đâu đi em?
Of why Bard is so powerful is he can do these cheeky lane ganks like this, and I feel like this could really work. Crisp showing up here. He's got the magical journey. There's no blue team members here except for Breed. This is about to be a 3v1 any moment now.
They're going to hold the wave there, too. Magical Journey coming through. Early flash from Breed. He's trying to get a little bit of distance here. He gets condemned into the wall, and first blood goes over to LGD. Beautifully executed.
It's just like that for LGD, and that's what I expected for them to be able to put up some shots here into AL, but never counted out entirely like that. When one play goes really well on one side of the map, always look at the other side. There is gonna be consequences down here for Xiaoye being forced to take a really bad recall on the Sivir, and this is really the realm and the domain in which where I think AL really thrives, is even if you hit them at one of their heads, I think they're just a Hydra with 5 heads. You take out Breed, the other 4 heads just get way more time to feast and to grow and to get stronger. It's just gonna be a 369 gold lead down here for Hope.
Làm gì làm, cố cho cái thằng 31 rồi chuẩn luôn em dài. Làm gì làm cho cái thằng 31. Một mạng có cho hang rồi, thằng 31 gọi là ngon luôn. LGD mà thắng 2-0 thì tuyệt cả là vời. 36 à? Thì đuổi hết đi mà em, ra cho nó chill. Đuổi viewer đi rồi, ra cho chill. Muốn đông à? Mày muốn đông à? Muốn đông như LCK chơi lần giờ à? Đọc chat trôi liên tục luôn. Đông như thế à?
Crisp and Kyle just gonna visit their top laners up here for just a bit.
Vàng Luân like nữa mà. Bao nhiêu ông Vàng Luân hoàn liên.
Which team wants to put some more prio onto the neutral objectives?
We'll see, the dragon is, you're right, up and available. No one's really in a favorable position.
Vậy mới êm à? Thế nó mới êm.
Distracted, to be honest with you. Came down, was able to clutch up and turn the lights on for us here on LPL English.
Nice.
But
shout out
I've been thinking about it so much, and the thing with the Vayne is it can get any team a win on the board. We were able to see EDG take out BLG thanks to the CDC, a lot of but Vayne versus BLG. So I think Birdall being ahead here on this Vayne definitely means that the underdog team can win.
Em đấy, trồi đấy.
I want to see more
Chơi.
Birdall solo kills given to me. I need more for my collection. We had so many to pick from, and we're not going to see a solo kill. We are going to see Hope dead. As he does barely make it out now with the call.
Back hung in 2-0 cho LGD. Ok chưa?
Hit of damage there for Kyle, just trying to clear out the minions. Tarzan was on his way. Don't think he's going to be fast enough to stop the back, and he will just let it go through. He wants to make a play now, Kyle. Okay, they're not going to find the play.
So are LGD really that good, Mazel? This is kind
of LGD anh cái này chết các anh mất.
With a 1.5k gold lead,
giết hết các anh à?
Like that, not really any counterplay.
LGD biết chơi game đấy à? Biết chơi game mà 1-6. Biết chơi game mà 1-6. Thật sự đã biết chơi không vậy? Đây chỉ là diễn.
With longside Hong with the double KP, this Bard and Fury just kind of running around and picking up kills as a unit.
I'm going to say, don't fall for the LGD trap. They always get them in the first bit, and then macro and mid-game decision-making becomes their nightmare. We'll see if that still is the case, or if they're really able to take this setup into AL and try to get a win. Long way from that, though, is Dragon number 1 still up and available, and now there's grubs spawning in 24 seconds. Could be a split, or it could be a full-on team fight. Which one do you prefer?
Full-on team fight would definitely be something that maybe AL's comp is more designed to do. As long as Olaf has his flash and his nimbus, he can really get active in these fights. Just rise as a champion. You're not really designed to team fight.
Ba cũng được à? 1-6 thì húp nhiều hơn à? MAL không đánh nhau thế mà nó lại đâu à?
To cause numbers disadvantages. You've got the Bard doing that already. That's kind of what your comp leans into, is using the Realm Warp, using the magical journey, being in these places
vẫn là thế thôi, vẫn là thế thôi.
Very interesting.
Xong
Hung
một
just kind of standing there at the red
bán
bar
cho
for a
dễ,
little
thằng nó
while,
bị ngu
trying to see if they could
thật,
maybe
nó bị
push
ngu thì
one
hơi
out
quá,
here,
thế bán cho dễ,
try to
MHL
skirt
không đánh nhau
around some
gì,
of
nó
the
không đánh
vision
đâu.
potentially, but because of
Tào
that,
Tháo cao
because of
bằng
the
à,
lack
vãi
of
cần ly.
pressure from LGD, the
Ủa,
grubs
toàn
will
bộ
just go
LGD,
over to
đồ hình
AL.
LGD hơn tiền.
I feel
Bịp
like
chưa?
this is really incredible macro
Thằng nào bảo không bịp.
masterclass here from AL. They're
Bịp rõ.
keeping the Drake, but they know their priorities. A lot of teams nowadays would say that they do favor the grubs over first Drake, but it
Vô
looks
phải khó
like
chơi lắm.
One more play. Shanks goes
Tụi
for
này
the
khó
early
chơi lắm.
flash. Is it
Có
going to be
đồ.
enough to get him out? And here you come with Hung, but they realize Grand Starfall can come from out of nowhere. And Hung immediately backs away, almost finding the pick onto Shanks. Did burn his flash, so that could be returned to, but Crisp also burned his.
so LGD does get to trade Drake, but there's gonna be more looks here. Kyle
Nó là bị ngu hay là nó nói nó là
Still
bán đội nhỉ?
going. Tarzan
Ngu hay là bán?
got the ball delivery system.
Hai cái như nhau.
You're looking for it. You gotta
Hai
watch
cái như
the
nhau.
call the pack, though.
AL 2 chấm à? Tôi có một K7 vàng nhưng mà quà. Thật không?
Immediately LGD to back away.
Em Thành ơi, quên à, anh em mình chỉ cần trên thời gian 31 thôi mà chúng có làm gì đẹp quan tâm. Đấy, đẹp quan tâm. Thằng nào win cũng được, cái trên 31. Thế thôi.
Again, that is a 60-second advantage for Breathe on the summoners. But it's not the best thing in the world. The Bane is just so good at kiting the Solov. Here we go, another magical journey. Hang pops the W.
Oh no. Hung just gets cosmic, or at least comes in with the cosmic binding for Crisp and finds the kill there. That's 3-0 already for LGD. What a start.
3-0 đi LGD, con chó này, thằng hốp 02. Có vị gì?
I'm telling you, this Nefiri Bard combo is lethal, and AL doesn't really have the answer for this. We're getting an invade here from Tarzan, you know, working together with Kyle, but Hope is just stranded down there alone in the bottom side. 2 deaths, not really much to his fault. It's just that AL is playing so far away from him.
And a little bit of a hangover loss seeping into this series, it feels like, for AL. Team that you would think would bounce back strongly from a loss like that against WE. They lost 2-0 emphatically against that team. And now I'm trying to figure out what comes next, and it's not looking put together. 3K advantage for LGD, and that's something to be proud about for this series, at least to start like this for them.
I mean, even Xiaoya has the cull, so that lead is only...
Đây rồi, 3-0 đi LGD.
The thing AL has working for them is their teamfight composition identity. If they can get Tarzan and Shanks working together, maybe using that Pantheon stun into a Shockwave, or some of these high-level teams are really good at using Shockwave plus Flash, where they use another member to flash it in, like a Poppy Kyle kind of look. I want to see Shanks get involved, use a proactive Shockwave. That will really set AL back into the point of this game. You don't need any momentum in this first, 11.5 minutes per se, but you do need something to go your way eventually on one of these looks. You're going to get turns and timers and opportunities. I want to see a Shockwave. I want to see something like that, but they're looking him.
Ooh, the flash play on the Shanks, the Shockwave onto himself, the
4-0 cho LGD luôn nhá.
save him.
Chịu rồi.
Gets another kill, 3-0 on this Nefiri.
I think LGD just has the number. They know that Shanks is the main threat, so they can just target him first before he gets targeting them. And now Shanks has nothing to do. He's left respawning. Breathe gets a +1 though. I mean, hey, bet we would take those as the Olaf.
That's a dub. That's a dub. Breathe with the undertow. Does get condemned immediately and loses a chunk of his turret, but it's the dubs that you want. As we are getting to these first item spikes here, Fools.
Yeah, I mean, those are the dubs they kind of need, to be honest. This game is way more cooked than it's supposed to be. Hung sitting on a 1k gold lead here. You're kind of glad to deny the guy with the 1k gold lead, the Crab, you know? Like, we can't have this guy have everything. We need to have something for ourselves. We saw Breathe even hits level 11 before Birdall up here. That's going to be helpful. Just as a sign, that's some kind of a promising lead they have in any way, shape, or form.
And I'm just going to say it's something I've known to be true. As soon as everybody starts saying it's a 2-0, it's a 2-0, oh, it's only a 2-0, nothing else is going to happen, that's when it always ends up being the opposite. That's why I go into these series and I'm always like,
ngon vậy.
nope, it's LGD is going to win it. because, you know, you just have to go with the crazy one, and you might just be correct here in the LPL. And so far, I know LGD haven't won this game yet, but they are masterfully in the lead, and they could be looking at another dragon in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, so if you even flipped the nameplate tags of this series and you saw AL sitting in that position with that draft, you'd think it's just Raps. So maybe it's just the fact that we have these preconceived notions that AL is going to perform better, that we're just so surprised by LGD doing this. But I think their team comp is quite set up to succeed. We've been seeing the Nefiri Bard working together. We've been seeing the Vayne.
Cái đéo nào nó vẫn bẹt ở vách căn lan.
The Ryzen's answered that we're on a quite
Cái
beautiful.
cây à?
They've just got gold leads across the board. That's 5 champions down there on the HUD, all representing a gold lead for LGD.
And the fact that the Cole came through, and now Shalia has about a 1.3k lead.
Tưởng cái CK này giật hết cả mình.
Feels like AL running out of options in this game. As Dragon started up here, Grand Starfall's available. They're moving. They have pings coming, but Kyle might be the first one to get caught out. Grand Starfall coming in. Tarzan says it's time. But a magical journey will get crisp out. Flash comes through, but the wallbang doesn't. Kyle now leaving himself out to dry, but they immediately pounce straight onto him, and that is all she wrote here. And that's that lead getting chunked just a bit. The Dragon did go over though.
That's the AL I like to see, but they might have more for us down here. Tangyuan split up from his team.
He is. Shockwave is there, and Shanks finds a kill. Hope is now the focus though, and Hope will go down for a 0-3 scoreline, and a lot of those kills going straight to Hung.
Này là cứ ra linh tinh à. 5-2 cho LGD, gỡ rồi 3k2.
Some bit of a fight or a number on the board. They get their first kills as a side of AL, and then it really makes LGD upset. They said, and when we're angry, you're not gonna like me. When I'm angry, Bertle shows up, teleports, and shows them what his wallet can do. He smacks them with it, shows up that's his gold lead. But even Kyle here flashing in, it almost baits her, misleads Shalia into thinking that it was a bit of a look for them, and that allowed Tarzan to reach him with the flash. Hope getting the Chain of Corruption to pop the spell shield. It just, they stay a bit too long, and once this Vayne shows up, by the way, he just has final hour and all that move speed. I've been there. It's just a top lane Vayne with like a 3-level lead. You just can't escape that at that point.
So Rift Herald had gotten started by AL, but LGD are here. They still have the advantage in these fights, but it's AL that just want to force the hand. He's going to try to steal it right out from under him. Hung stepping up, though. He's going to back off now. LGD actually a little bit worrisome to take the fight forward. Oh, he's going to use it.
Có thể ta không chơi.
He's thinking about using it for the fight. Battle Rift Herald has been summoned. Bertle's trying to get a little bit damage down. Okay, Shelly did not like those dogs. You can see that there. And Shelly's just going to try to waltz her way to mid lane, but should not get the charge through. A very unfortunate bit of a waste of a Rift Herald for AL.
Well, one comparison that I would make for high-level league games, which I might have to watch this Poppy
2k3 vàng, ui sao mờ thế. 2k8.
It feels like a bit of a chess or a bit of a tennis match, where sometimes you got to keep score of what's happening back to back, who's winning one play then winning the next. And I would say, as much as they weren't the best case scenario in either of the previous 2 plays, I would say they could point AL twice in a row. First, they got that shutdown gold onto Xiaoye after the Dragon to at least get some recuperation. And then they last hit the Rift Herald, meaning LGD themselves with that lead couldn't snowball it further. So AL is getting some favorable outcomes and showing why they are one of the best teams in this league.
Gì đây?
It's just
2k8 vàng.
Can that matter more than
Ui, đường dưới là lệch 1k1 cơ á. Tất cả các em đều thua trừ mỗi vị trí của tứ hoàng xanh. Thằng support còn hơn.
Get a catch out on Kyle. Finding the angle there for the Hound's pursuit. LGD still plenty of firepower ahead of this Dragon. As we do have a tiny bit of time before the setup comes through, I do want to see if we can bring up that graphic of our predictions, because I know you foreshadowed yours earlier. But it's very important to note that both of us have a little bit of same feelings for both these two teams, with AL being one of the top 3 teams, at least 3rd for me, 1st for you, but also a bit of similarity between where we value LGD. I still do think they will scrape through and not have to go to play-ins, but this team needs to show me a lot before that.
Yeah, I mean, LGD is just a team where we're not even expecting them to have this lead right now, so this is definitely changing a bit of my cognitive bias that I had pre-baked in.
Mình tranh 2 cả 7 vàng thôi, mấy thằng chó AL này. Thằng là gaming này.
Yeah, I had them all the way at the bottom as well. I really did. I had
Chơi
EDG.
không,
I'm just
anh
such
là
a big
gaming.
fan of the EDG roster, which is sitting at the bottom right now, and I had to think someone's got to go below them. The closest place to them in the standings is LGD, sitting at 7th place. So I thought they could make a bit of a switcheroo, and that AL could surge up their way to first with some of the tumultuous tides going on over at BLG. But yeah, lo and behold, LGD kind of proving me wrong here.
Something to think about as AL
Ôi giời ơi!
shanks down to the bot lane. 12 seconds away from Dragon spawning would be sole point for LGD. AL do not want to let that happen.
Now, one point that I want to get across while I still can
Mai mùng 9 rồi à?
is never to be underestimated in any given game. Even if they're down like this, they can easily flip the switch, win a team fight, get back in the game just like that. Look at their posture here. They're ready to fight, and they have the tools.
Couple item spikes in tow, all the ultimates available. It's about the mechanical execution of these next few moments.
Là gaming chết
could
rồi.
also just let this one go. They could just say we
Ui
don't
dồi
want
ôi,
to
anh
fight,
là
we're gonna give
gaming.
this timer over to AL. It doesn't look like that's what they
Là
want.
gaming được
On
không
the hunt
vậy?
has been popped, and LGD are moving forward. Kyle gets locked down a bit. You can tell LGD very hesitant to overextend. The Tempered Fate went wide, and that just means LGD back away from the play. They're gonna go to mid lane.
Yeah, no way.
Là
LGD
gaming.
not having the confidence to step up, but Kyle does.
Grand Starfall.
Phang nhau rồi, bắt đầu phang rồi. Phang, phang.
Shalia able to flash away for now, but Chris becomes the target now. Tarzan looking for his kill.
Rồi, đến rồi, bật chiêu cuối từ bủ đoan rồi, bắn nè. Ui giời ơi! Ui giời ơi, ui giời ơi, ui giời ơi, ui giời.
It's not
Ui giời.
enough. Final hour
Bắn đi,
might just
bắn đi,
be Bertle's
bắn đi.
final days. One more
Ui.
hit, and the undertow from his lane opponent comes
Ui.
through, and you called it, my friend.
Ui.
One fight is all AL need. Lead has been chunked, and AL have shattered the confidence of LGD.
AL always has this in the tank, and I think that's what makes them such a great team.
Ui.
At any given moment,
Ui.
at any given game, AL
Anh ấy thì
will
chết mất
just
thôi.
stat check you. They will
Tầm M
just
lên 3
hand
chấm.
check you.
Anh
They
tính
will
vào
just
thì nó
say,
khóa.
"We are
Nó
gonna
khóa
stand
sớm
here.
lắm,
I know
29
this is
mà.
what you wanna do,
Phải nhanh tay
but
lên,
we don't
chậm
want
tay
you to
thì
do
mút.
that, and we are ready to stop you
Chậm
by
thì mút.
any means." And as a matter of fact, LGD felt that aggression. They backed all the way off from the dragon. They said, we don't even have the means to do this anymore. AL is so well positioned with their team comp and with
Chậm
the
chỉ
state
có
of
mút
this
tay
game.
thôi.
We want to look mid instead, and that enables AL to have a look with the Grand Starfall, Tarzan coming in with Kyle, disrupting and creating so much space in these fights on the Poppy, providing so much CC that look at
Nó
that.
có con V
AL is
nó
able
lộn
to
bắn
do
ghê
it,
quá.
and now the scoreboard looks a lot more even and
Có.
doable.
And the
Liên
thing
tục
I'll
có
say
mồm.
here, and I might be looking too much into it, but I've been watching a lot of Pro League. I just felt like confidence was completely down in the dumps. They had a 3,000 gold lead, and they were playing like they were going into a team that had like a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead over them. And those are those moments where it's AL's confidence in themselves that really reigns supreme.
Hỏi
because
nha,
then you just start
hỏi
looking
nha.
like a bunch of chickens with your head cut off as LGD. Bertle pops his final hour while his entire team is getting engaged on and can't do anything with it. And those are the situations that you can just tell the difference between a confident team and a non-confident team.
You're so right, and it was so apparent right there. You could see that Crisp wasn't able to land the Tempered Fate or set up a good engage, and then LGD's comp was just in such an awkward spot. You want to see Bertle coming off of these way better flank angles where he can get way more damage dealt. If he's just coming in front to back like that, he can't really access through this team comp.
Tarzan very hard to take down, but LGD are trying. Kyle's now the focus. Tarzan's still down about half health, but he's going to heal up from the honey fruit. Looks like an attempted play by LGD to get something out of AL. I will say, though, a little bit of side lane pressure could go a long way for Bertle. He's going to pop the final hour because he saw that Tarzan was coming. Beautiful condemn back. Bertle's out safe.
Khả năng LGD thua ấy, và chấm dành cho anh L Gaming. Thua rồi, anh L lại lên chấm 5 rồi. Bịp thế chó.
Thankfully for him,
Đó,
Tarzan
anh
did
L
just
Gaming.
pop that, so maybe he'll have a timer or a window here to put some pressure onto Breathe, but that XP lead that Breathe has is starting to matter a lot. He's got level 16 2 items here. Even though Bertle's got a lead, it's not something that Breathe is
6
really
xem là
home
7
about or
8 9
too
10.
concerned about at the end of the day. He can definitely
Thăng
be
cấp duy
strong
trì
into this vein at any given point.
I see the death squad of AL move around. It's been Kyle and Tarzan tied at the hip, rightfully so. What we were talking about from the draft and how integral this combination is to AL just in general. But it's LGD moving around for a setup. Hung is on vision here and AL moving here as well. There's only the Baron up, and I don't think either team really wants it.
Nào, thằng anh L cái mình là thua luôn đi được không?
Honestly, I was down for a
Thua đi cho đỡ
5v5
tiếc.
over Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I mean, the 5v5 would be great. I don't think Blabber or Tian are in the game, so thankfully we didn't have to have anything too crazy happen. This tower up
Luôn đi
here
cho đỡ
is
tiếc.
not long for the world. If they can chip this even once, Shanks could be vulnerable, but he's going to get to chill, farm it up a little longer. Looks like we have ourselves a bit of a slow burner. Shanks building his way towards 3 items. That might be the next spike to look out for. Or really when Hope gets this Mura mana, then AL is going to fully be online. So I would say until then, or some spikes before then, are LGD's best opportunities. I would say the likes of maybe Actualizer on Tungyuan would be the best you can go for here. Maybe a Fiend Hunter Bolts on Bertle. But those are going to be the spikes you got to go on. If you don't go, if you don't force Baron or force objectives, AL will just catch up in scale.
That's something we haven't talked about too much, but it's still something to think about for AL and some of the scaling factor that they do have. But also that Hope is just going to be a menace as time goes on with his poke, especially around these objectives. And speaking of those objectives, about 40 seconds away from another
Hai các bạn tranh cho
another
LGD hết
attempt
luôn được
for
không?
LGD to get to Soul Point.
Hay không LGD luôn được không?
One more chance for me to write home that whenever
Là
AL is
gaming
in the
thua luôn được
game,
không?
do not assume any dragon or any objective is just going to be free or easy pickings. If you're getting a dragon against AL, they're going to either A, make you pay for it across the map, or B, pressure you into thinking they're going to out team fight you. Or C, just out team fight you and take the dragon for themselves.
So the preemptive TPs coming out from AL Breeze, speedy as all get out. Tarzan is about half health now, and that's pretty scary. He does have the Grand Starfall, though, can find.
Thua nè là gaming
all
ơi.
they need is target selection. It looks like Tarzan
Giết hết
wants
đi
to
anh
take
em
this
đi
time
lá
down.
đây.
This is actually
I like
so
it.
smart. Not on vision. Will take the back and has the Grand Starfall to get back into the fight. But the dragon, it's already half health. He didn't realize how fast
có
he's
hope nào
burning.
cả.
It's gonna have to be the
Không
Grand
có hope
Starfall
nào
play
cả.
or nothing
Sắp
here.
linh hồn giống
AL
nước
are
luôn
on the
rồi.
wrong side of the fight. Are waiting for
Mấy
their
cả
jungler,
biến
they
luôn,
are
thằng
waiting
Bobby
for
đi.
their savior. The keeper
Đây rồi, đây
goes
rồi, đây rồi,
wide.
ngày thở vào à.
Grand Starfall
Ui
ties up
cản,
with the team.
ui
The
cản,
shockwave on the two, and
ui
they do
cản,
find one, and now
ui.
Breathe. He's
Yeah.
ripping and
Ui,
roaring
ui,
through
ui,
them as
ui,
though
ui.
Bertle looking for the fight back. Does have the final hour,
Thôi
but
đổi
the
hai
fail
lời,
turn on to him.
lời.
There you go.
Chưa lời,
100%
chưa lời
for
nhá,
Hung to
đang
get
phải
the
trốn.
reset. He wants another, but
Hai đổi
immediately
ba
gets
tăng Duân đi
taken
rồi.
down, and now
Đi không?
Tongyuan has to
Đi.
flash away. Shanks going for the kill, going for the follow through. Tongyuan gets out with a realm warp.
3 đổi 2.
Banger of a fight out of nowhere. LGD starts the Drake, barely gets it before Tarzan shows up. We see Tempered Fate and Keeper's Verdict flying past each other. Then the fight breaks out and everyone is trying to get an angle on someone, flashing out or flashing in, doing everything in their last-ditch efforts to make sure they do everything in their possibilities in this fight. It's just crazy what unfolds here. Kyle, I think,
Lại là.
places himself with the spellbook, but Xiaoya once again just gets one shot. He's been AL's target all game, and I think they just had his number. This time, it was Breathe able to do so much of that damage to him, but Tarzan is just such a menace. You see Hung goes for the cheeky look onto Breathe, but watch how much damage Tarzan does. Strikes him right through. And just like that, they're back, baby.
Yeah, the gold lead is literally nothing. I think it's under 500 now. Actually, no. Let's just make
Parity.
it dead even for AL. And this is the terrifying point of LGD's games because we have seen this story play out time and time. And I'm not going to do it 6 times in a row, but that many times again. It's been really tough for LGD.
They do have spikes right now, though, Mazel. They do. They got the Actualizer, they got the Death Stance, and they got the Fiend Hunter Bolts. You could just do the Salty.
Chênh lệch chỉ có 0,500 đồng thôi.
Conditions, any chance you get. You don't got your Summoner spells at the moment, and you don't have the LDR or the next spike on Xiaoya, maybe that's when you really want to force and go. Because look, even Hope with the gold deficit has his 3 core compared to Xiaoya's absence thereof. So
Không bảy bảy
mainly
không.
here is on Shanks. With that Shadow Flame, he's
Kiêng.
so incredibly strong. And it's going to be really anyone's fight here, Mizel. Just who lands the spells.
Va liên tục đi nào LPL ơi là anh ra lại đi cái gì đấy? Bắt chung nó phải vàng.
I think precious is a good word.
Lại đi cái gì đấy?
Depending on
Đi cái gì đấy?
which side you're looking at. I do want to highlight 3 items are now
Lại đi cái gì vậy?
completed a plenty
Trên
for
trên
Shanks
trên
and
trên
Hope,
trạc sĩ à?
which is extremely important
Nó
for
bắt chúng nó phải
AL.
5 thôi.
Meanwhile, we just got the 3rd item spike complete for Xiaoya.
Okay.
Tráng sĩ
We
hay
got the
chăng?
actualizer for Tong Yuan.
Tham với kill à? Tham 31 giống em thì
The
bú.
3rd item spike with the Death's Dance for Hung.
Yeah, and even Chris picks up his 2 item spike here as well with the lock and McHale. He's stronger than his opposition in Kael. This is a really good look on the map as LGD. Their gold is spent in their inventories. They're in strong states on decent spikes. You really want to see them force the issue somewhere, get this vision. Crisp getting lots down. If he finishes this base as well, he's going to have the
Chết
every
chết thế đấy đâu được.
where you have
Chết
all your
thế
favorite
đấy
wards
nào
placed
được.
and a full set of wards.
Giời ơi, tham 31 đẹp như trong tranh.
It is Crisp here now.
Chết kiểu gì?
Meanwhile, Kyle sitting on some
Đang chưa biết cách chết nhá.
unset spellbook summoner spells.
Đang chưa biết
Pretty
cách
much
chết.
everything is slowly
Chưa muốn
towards
chưa hiểu là chết kiểu gì.
soul point for LGD.
Chết kiểu gì?
For
31.
them, that would be so huge for their
Lợn này.
combinational strength and how they are able to kind of withstand or apply siege on the map. I do wonder, how does AL crack the code here? For both teams, you could see a little bit of hesitancy around the Dragon early starts, but a lot of vision already down there for LGD.
Yeah, LGD does get that initial setup with Crisp. I would imagine Kyle on this base, he could even have his next spike. And then we're just going to have one of the best case scenarios, which is where both teams are incredibly
He's got the
equally
convergence.
powerful.
Oh,
And it's just going to
Shanks
be
just
who
picked up
plays better.
Seekers.
Yup. Oh, that is where the gold lead transpires. That's where it builds. It's right there in that inventory. He's got that, but Tong Yuan doesn't. So this could be the meaningful difference between mid. Kyle pops the Spellbook Ghost. He's ready to look at any given time. We're going to fight real soon, Mizel, and it's going to be a banger. I mean, look how much each of these teams has in their inventories. They're all so strong.
Ôi giời ơi, thời gian ơi.
Might not be fiery like Captain
Tham 32
Shanks.
thì làm sao hả thì bố?
He is fiery all his own. Bertle going with the deep TP with the flank on the vein. AL move into the river here, but they don't know Bertle's there. Now breathe will. Oh no, Bertle. I think you just ran into the wrong Viking. He's going to run you down, man. The undertow comes through. He's able to get away for now. Now Shanks is in some trouble, but Tarzan comes over the wall. Shanks needs to be really careful on the exit here. Relmore from Tong Yuan to get him out to safety. Hope is just face checking onto Bertle, but I don't think that's a fight Bertle wants. Piercing arrow, cute.
Trời ơi, thời gian ơi. 32 thì lại gọi kèn. 32 thì lại gọi kèn thôi. Dễ thế. Nó chơi game cứ dễ dễ nào nhỉ? Làm tuyển thủ cũng dễ thôi.
No potential for LGD to get that fight. Breed says no, it's time to fight here now.
Nhưng mà ăn L thắng rồi. Linh còn dùng nước chưa thể có dành cho bên phía LGD.
For the first time in the game, and it's so huge it might just lead into a Baron for them.
This game is just one big Xiaoya despair. I keep looking and seeing him get obliterated one shot by Tarzan on this paint.
Em Biden luôn rồi. Rồi sao? Ăn L Kim Binh lại thắng rồi, hỏng rồi. 2-0 rồi, mà mỗi ván này phải đang bảo từ đầu phải 33 phút mà chúng nó đánh hẳn 40 phút rồi này. Đủ đòn bị ô lắp dí sao chạy được? Sao chạy được? Pha này tăng luôn thì ngáo đét. Xanh còn chấm máu.
Flashes onto him point blank just to make sure that there's no outs for Bro.
Tried to condemn him, but he has the spell shield. That feels so bad. There's just no way to get around it as the Vayne because your only ability is your condemn. And so that is a very tough thing.
Nudu, what the fuck, man?
I'm not going to lie, hasn't looked the most comfortable on it here so far in this game. Potential for it to turn around, but it's AL who have comfortably sat themselves in the driver's seat now, especially with Shanks on a massive differential between him and Tong Yuan.
Nuru là gì?
Yeah, the
Nuru là gì?
lane has just been mid gap here.
Toàn ngôn từ lạ thôi.
Picking up the Medjai Soul Slider, that's how you know you're feeling yourself as a mid laner. All of us base mid laners in the world can agree. And just like this with the Seekers as well, you know, I received some advice from one of my coaches. He said, don't buy the Medjais unless you have 10 stacks, Flash, and Seekers. He's got all three. Now he's got his magic book, and he's ready to start collecting names.
Đặt xanh SM rồi đấy. Làm bạ hài. Trời ơi.
Than that if he wants to get out of this one with a book full. Still a while till the dragon comes up, but the Baron is still up for another minute and 15 seconds for AL. The cape at least, and the siege will continue. They're going to take down the tier 2 in mid lane. LGD, they're thinking about a little bit of a play. AL still can play so aggressively though, because they still also have the GA for Tarzan.
So this is just AL's map as it stands with this Baron buff. Committing to these bases is going to mean they might have just the back end of one more wave to play with. I will say this. We have a pretty exciting look here in this particular match, because you know what I see when I look at this scoreboard and I look at this particular match? I see a game that has the makings to go the distance. We just have two dragons on each side. I thought you were just going
to leave it at a game.
And hardly a gold lead as well. We don't have any game, Mazel. We have the game. We have the makings of anybody's game. Whoever plays the best capitalizes better on
anyone's legend game.
Ủa vai lên ra DB à? Ô, đây là DB à?
All right. We're going to try to get Breed. Breed just says, no, I'm going to run back on a Bertle. I don't think there's going to be any saving this Olaf today. He's going to heal a decent amount. That's all she wrote. Hung.
Trời ơi, tặng 66 được kia.
Hung gets the kill too, so Breed's going to lose his ignite off the back end of that exchange. But Bertle here is just pretty much never going to be a threat to Breed. Now that he's got all these items, the Storm Razor for cutting, the Fiend Hunter gives you move speed. He's even got the QSS to negate any slows or CC that come his way, particularly from Pantheon or even the Varus. But even if Breed were to land on Undertow, Bertle can negate that. He's really strong on this Bane, a really strong scaling pick, so they're always going to have their hopes.
Rồi trận này một hiệp đá bóng, 35 phút rồi nhá. Một hiệp đá bóng.
He's got 384 creeps. We just got to be on pretty good pace, regardless of the fact that any given fight could break out.
Ooh, speaking of any given fight, Hung also has his GA 3-man shockwave coming through. The Shanks does end up going golden. Tong Yuan's on the wrong side of the fight. He just went in without his team. He goes golden.
Cho em yên lắng rồi.
Right back on a Bertle.
Làm gì đây? Làm cái thằng nhang ngu ấy.
Really doing some work there, but Hung will be the one that takes everything from AL. And now Grand Starfall, you gotta realize that they have the possibility to follow through. Flash coming out from Shanks. He started the fight with a 3-man shockwave, and he ends it right there.
Đi thả bom chịu rồi. 15-9. 6 sack rồi, 7-8-9, 3 sack nữa end game. LG đánh kiểu gì nhỉ? Bảo sao 1-6 đúng rồi. Không oan đâu. Tách 3 dòng nước rồi tách 4 dòng nước thì chịu. Tách 4 dòng nước ỉa. Cổng làng Đình Thon à.
You're just not able to reduce any of these HP bars to 0. They work together and they pounce.
We're going to take the inhib in bot lane and back out with another dragon. That'll be 3 ocean dragons in a row, and we take a look back at the fight.
Yeah, I don't know what LGD is really seeing here, but Crisp goes for a very audacious
Tong Yuan goes
flash.
crazy, bro.
Just Shanks hitting this shockwave as well, but Tong Yuan, oh my god, Mazel, I totally forgot about this. What was bro seeing here? We may never know. I don't think he fully meant to just realm warp that deep. I think he thought it was going to be more of a flank than a melee range appearance. You see QSS from Bertle is able to keep him alive, but look how good Tarzan
Shout out to Tarzan, man.
Picks, man. Right?
Dude, he had like 100 health and he still goes back in, gets the healing from the Sundered Sky. All he does is get his GA popped and it ends up in an almost entire team wipe of LGD.
That's what I'm saying, man. Tarzan is such a threat in today's day and age. I was actually talking to our challenger jungle here locally, and I was thinking, who do you like more? He said Tarzan, and I think he meant it.
I do like some Tarzan. Some big shutdowns. Oh,
here he goes. Speak of the devil.
Oh, they thought they were on the other side. I don't think they don't realize that Hung is behind them. Tempered Fate goes through. Ragnarok has already been popped, and now Tarzan. What is happening on my screen right now? Tong Yuen's just going down. Bertle trying to make the hero play, but he's at a 1v5 now. The piercing arrow has already been used, but the hail of arrows hadn't, and now Hope claims another.
18-9, LGD thua. LGD ngửa rồi.
Bertle.
LGD xong rồi đấy. Chính thức LGD cút.
All I see here,
Cút khỏi bản đồ thế giới.
For LGD, it looks like they might just be fully and completely chopped. I don't really see a way out of from this one. They had the lead at the start. Kind of had AL right where they wanted him.
They all TP'd top, by the way. They all TP'd top. Hilarious, bro. That is absolutely hilarious. The TP from Hope, the TP from Shanks, and the delay from Kyle and Tarzan. That is a beautifully executed macro game from AL.
27 xác ạ, vãi một thằng chó trốn kìa. 99 18 9 luôn, vừa tròn 9 luôn nhá.
Yeah, this is what we expected.
Vừa tròn 9 nhá, tất cả đều vừa kít. Kít hình khịt.
Sáng tới nơi đâu chẳng thấy mỗi bóng đêm cô đơn còn đây ta rung động chỉ trong thoáng chốc sao bao đêm tương tư chờ mong người ấy chuyện hợp tan nào ai ngờ trước người tổn thương lại chính là ta lỡ sau này vô tình ta có thấy nhau thì vội chào nhau một câu rồi bước đi chớ quay bước lại làm tim đau thắt. Tình yêu chưa kịp chết nỡ sao đành buông lời cánh tay người ra đi bao giờ anh đời này một mình đắng cay chẳng sao đâu mình anh vẫn tốt người đừng lo mọi thứ rồi cũng sẽ qua chẳng một ai tuyệt vời mà đẹp rồi cũng ứa tan động lại trên đầu môi bao mong ước ngày ấy vỡ tan không hy vọng ngày mai sẽ đến chỉ hy vọng rằng em sẽ sớm. Chỉ hy vọng rằng em sẽ
Sao hôm nay lạnh bờ vai anh chợt nghĩ đến em. Chỉ mong ngày nắng lên để được gần em, quên hết mọi ưu phiền. Mỗi khi em cười thì sẽ ra sao nếu thiếu em, người anh yêu ơi em có ai. Nếu như em là mây hãy mang mưa về đến đây và tưới mát những ngày khô khan, mang yêu thương chỉ mình anh chờ. Tiếng yêu trên bờ môi đã đến lúc phải nói ra, đời vì anh nhớ em mong em bên anh ngày tháng qua. Oh baby only you, only you, chỉ có mỗi em là anh muốn. Oh baby only you, only you, anh yêu ơi em bên anh. Chỉ có mỗi em mà anh muốn. Anh yêu ơi em bên anh.
Đôi bàn tay anh nhẹ nhàng ôm em nói, bối rối rung động lên ngôi gượng một suy sao chuyện mới. Liếc đôi anh nghĩ không sự sẵn chắc yêu ở đây, nắm yêu đôi bàn tay anh này, nắm đôi bàn tay anh này, nắm đôi bàn tay anh nhẹ nhàng nắm em nói, bối rối rung động lên ngôi gượng một suy sao chuyện mới. Liếc đôi anh nghĩ không sự sẵn chắc yêu ở đây, nắm đôi bàn tay anh này, nắm đôi bàn tay anh này.
Oh baby, only and only you, only. Oh baby, only and only you, only and oh baby. Oh baby, only you, only you, chỉ có mỗi em làm anh vui. Oh baby, only you, only you, để tình yêu ấy đến bên anh.
I'm sorry that I said I didn't earlier. The one thing I knew would hurt you. I'm sorry. But you know I love you. And I know that you love me too. It's just that sometimes love isn't enough. At least not for us.
thời gian của đôi ta. Chúng ta lại gặp nhau.
Bầy yêu ơi có biết
ánh sáng chỉ đổi lấy một vòng tay. Ngất muôn vì sao trên trời để tô được lên nụ cười của em, người anh không thể quên. Em luôn đẹp nhất khi bên anh, em có biết không? Mùi hương làm ngất ngây còn tìm bao ngày nhớ mong thích em đến nỗi rụng rời thế gian duy nhất một người là em. Mắt tựa vào trời, liếc nhìn bờ môi, trái tim lung lay vì đã yêu em mất rồi. Baby kết em đêm nay, chúc tình nồng say, thế gian không em như là không đêm mất ngày. Vì anh muốn được em ôm, muốn được em hôn, muốn được cạnh bên để chờ che em mỗi ngày. Và anh tất cả thế giới để nghe lời em nói, thương em duy nhớ chỉ mình em. Tình anh dốc hết trao cho em có thấy ngàn năm ánh sáng chỉ đổi lấy một vòng tay. Mất muôn vì sao trên trời để tôi được lên nụ cười của em, người anh không thể quên. Em luôn đẹp nhất khi bên anh, em có biết không? Mùi hương làm ngất ngây còn tìm bao ngày nhớ mong thích em đến nỗi rụng rời thế gian duy nhất một người là em.
Alo trừ anh em ơi. Mic à? Alo trừ đây. Alo trừ tiếp đi. Nhanh 20 lại chuyến. Hình như thế này à? Ok. Hai không lại chuyến.
With all of this dive, but now that that's not available, they go for more offense themselves. They match the Camille's engagement with the rails of their own. Now they're looking for imagining something with the Magnet Storm and an Arcane Storm. That's a bit of a 5v5 play, but then for the side of AL, you want more dive. I could see that it's Shen's signature Casio. Why not look for maybe Kaisa for Hope, or Ziggs is still open. You can throw that over the top as well with a dive comp like this. So I feel like you low-key want to ban or pick the Syndra as well. I know Victor's already showing, but you're often flexing these mages, potentially the Victor on the side of LGD. I don't really know about the depths of these pools. I know Xiaoya is the Draven main, but that could be something. Is Syndra still being up and available? And same with the Ziggs.
I think Ziggs being up is a big thing for me here in this draft, as it does no longer have that availability. It will be banned away as the final ban by LGD. The final ban for AL is what we're still waiting on. Obviously, still counter pick for LGD as well.
They first go up with the Jace ban. That's a strong blind pick. Now that Vayne is out, now that Olaf is out, that makes perfect sense to ban that one away. I really am curious if this Victor is a flex. I'm not so sure. I feel like it's probably just telling you and says, okay, fine, leave Shanks' Cassio open this draft. My idea is I'm playing Victor. This matchup is theoretically rather Victor favored. I want this. That's probably the whole idea of what's unfolding here, and we're just seeing what remains. Corki being pretty strong this patch. I like the hover. It doesn't really seem like any team would ever take Nami away. So that's pretty much going to round out your comp. Very likely going to be a Nami R5 for Crisp. Let's see if IL goes
trừ 5 vãi rồi, thế à, ván 1 ở thế. Ván 1 8 năm mà nó vẫn khít thôi. Vẫn ngon đấy ạ.
But being able to get that long distance damage, but as well as the Gatling gun shred will be extremely important for LGD. The Jhin comes through on 4th pick for AL, rightly so. And I actually do really like the Jhin of this comp. I was going to talk about it a little bit earlier, but we got started talking about other things, and I think it provides a lot of the setup, maybe not necessarily the damage profile, but a lot of the setup that the rest of the team really wants for AL. And now you have the Rumble for Breed.
I tell you, Mazal, AL's comp is one of the most threatening, well-created League of Legends 2026 team comps I have ever seen. I don't even want to play against that comp ever in my
Thì đây, ok, bạn sẽ à đừng. Ít mẹ đừng. Anh đập đấy. Đừng làm những hành động như thế. Chuyển thăm 31 là chuyển tập tiếp là 12 tầm sát.
You saw last game, the Sivir for Xiaoya, he was already getting completely chopped by Tarzan. Not thinking about playing against this comp.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing about the whole situation. Like, you just got out of the meat grinder, and all of a sudden, you just gotta walk back in, man. You just gotta go back in there. You gotta do your best. You gotta hope you take the dub and continue this series, because it's a tough road if you don't. 7 series losses in a row is what it would be if LGD lose here. And yes, it's the beginnings of the second round robin for both these two teams, but man, you are running out of time for LGD if they even want to help to be out of the play-ins conversation, because that play-ins is a do or die best of 5 between you and the top 2 teams from Group Nirvana. It is terrifying, and we got to start thinking about it. We got to start thinking what LGD can bring to the table for the rest of their group ascend time here in split number 3. But AL, they look like the team we're all scared of. They look like the team that has consistently been able to reach the top rungs. Game number 2 between AL and LGD kicks off now.
For both the teams in the hype arena, we see here the early mid-game matchup. Both supports are hovering here.
Level 1s for Camille can be so detrimental.
Đời ơi là đời ơi.
Kyle.
Đất nước địa. Đất nước địa.
Anymore, and I think he's right as rain, but both supports just gonna walk their way down towards the outside. Chris was thinking about taking a little bit further engage onto Kyle, but won't do so. Both junglers starting on opposite sides as well, so some differentiating focus between the two teams in the early paths.
This is just life nowadays, Mazzella, in season 2026. And I told you about this Cassio, by the way. Look at this. They give it open for Shanks, and Tungwan says, I want the Victor. Yeah, this is supposed to be Victor favored. This is just what it almost always feels like. She just has so much supremacy in these lanes. I really do mean that. But look at that, how common it is. You get the supports showing up in the mid lane from level 1. I honestly kind of like it as a player myself, Mazel. I know some people are not the biggest fan of the meta where you have the roaming supports like the Camille, you pick the mages to enable it. But I think it's kind of fun and spices things up. You don't really know where they're going to be at the start. And that's what definitely happened here is Tongyuan, and his HP bar is worse.
Trời ơi! Trời ơi, lưng que gì đây?
If you don't already have an engaged support in lane when things kick off, Jin can just abuse the early power he has with the extra attack damage on his shots, and it can be very brutal, and I think you're seeing that pan out the way of AL on the bot side for now, at least. The Xiaoya having to be forced back for the moment. Though there is the exhaust for Xiaoya. If they decide to turn a play, it can be very powerful for them in the 2v2.
The exhaust for Xiaoya pretty interesting.
We've been seeing it a lot more. I've been really, dude, I started seeing it in LPL, and I started taking it in my solo queue games. I'm nowhere near as good, but man, it feels great as an ADC to just be like, no. You don't get to do damage to me.
Yeah, I found exhaust is usually pretty good on these ADs who have to get up close and personal. Like I've seen a lot of Kaisas, like Tristanas, where they're diving right on top of your forehead. That can kind of be the quirky, except them diving onto you. Speaking of dives.
Rồi, chết con mẹ thằng Hốp. Chết cái đĩ mẹ mày thằng Hốp, mày. BLG có trò họp luôn, thằng họp. Easy rồi Bờm ơi à. Cái này đi, một cái trên tham 31 và ăn L Gaming suy giảm 8. Mày đi. Trên tham 31 và ăn L Gaming nhá. Ăn L Gaming suy giảm độ 8. 8 độ. Mà xỉu Weibo ở đây. Map 1 đớp sạch bọn ăn L luôn, map 1 cũng trừ và trên tham. Đớp. Lụ. L Gaming.
In the rest of the map, but so ugly. What happened there was that we had the exhaust from the Xiaoya, but he just wasn't able.
I just don't think he realized he was tanking.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know who was tanking.
Dưới kia à? Không đi dưới trên thì nha, bỏ hết dưới trên. Dưới thì khó, bây giờ khó rồi, phải đi đầu trận cơ, dưới phải đi đầu trận, trên thì cũng phải đi đầu trận. Bây giờ nó tăng rồi, đầu trận có 26 hay 7. Giờ tăng hết còn đâu.
What a big mistake there from the side of LGD. Hope's flash meant that Xiaoya was so waiting too long to hit him with the quirky auto that it just meant he was the first one to hit him. And Hope able to evade those instances of damage from Hong and Crisp meant that it's going to be an AL favorite play overall, when that could have very well been the other way around.
Very tough position to be in because this ain't like game number 1.
Trên tham đúng rồi, 31 rồi.
Or whatever version of Kansas China has. As AL just going to be in a little bit more of a driving position than they were in that game number 1. Gotta remember it was LGD with about a 4,000 gold lead in that game 1 that came crumbling down.
Rồi, ăn L Gaming thì cứ thế thôi.
Feels like AL.
Bây giờ tham có bao nhiêu? Sợ rồi, nó ngửa sớm rồi. Trên tham 31 thì được. Ok. Ăn L Gaming độ 8 độ thì được. 8 độ thì được. 8 độ từ đầu bây giờ lên 10 độ rồi. 8 độ thì được. 8 độ đẹp kem.
Here comes Shanks on the Casio. You can never underestimate the amount of damage it comes out, especially if that miasma catches you off guard.
Look at this, going for the play in the bush. He gets the beautiful pillar there, and unfortunately Hope has no escape as he doesn't have flash any longer. Hung gets the kill and a redemption for LGD on the bot side.
Hung wants this series to have some more life to it, and with that pick down here, might be able to earn themselves a bit more tempo on this map. He opts not to start the Drake just yet, sitting on the 22 stacks of the Smite, and that is probably why. If Tarzan were able to sprint down to this Drake pit right here, which is what he's doing, he's got no vision whatsoever, he would just have
trời ơi, dễ.
Come over here, take out Hung, take the Drake for himself as well. Actually, a really heads-up play from Hung to just base instead of starting the Drake, knowing Tarzan.
Ui, ăn L Gaming kinh vậy.
And the bigger Smite, bigger XP lead.
That dragon still will go the way of AL. It's going to be pretty big. It's their first dragon of the series so far.
Hai đều luôn rồi. Bán độ ăn L Gaming. Sao dây 01 2 mạng thì cho thằng heng nhỉ.
Well, based on your stats, Mazel, basically first dragon of the game has a 0% win.
Khê đấy.
We really do have AL facing up against
Khê
the
đấy.
mountain here, the ascent, if you will, to prove the impossible, slaying the Hextech Dragon, which, might I add, is so glorious for this team comp they've drafted for themselves, and I can't hit it home any further than this. This is really one of the most...
Thằng Heng cho ăn thoải mái. Thằng Heng thì cho mày đớp thoải mái. Thằng Heng sợ đấy kì. Sợ là sợ thằng Tăng Duân với cả thằng Sao Dê nó đớp thôi, chứ thằng Heng thì mút chỉ. Thằng Heng có cái vị gì, nó ăn mạng xong tí nữa vào giao tranh nó ngu ngay mà. Có vị gì đâu, có ngọt không? Mai đi gì chưa bờ mắm hay đi rồi anh em ơi. Trên tham 31 ăn là gaming độ 8 độ là ok. Còn hạ nữa thì càng tốt.
Redeploy coming out from Tarzan onto that side as well. They might just go for full neutral objective control if LGD let him have.
You can't beat him, join him. So
thế thôi, đơn giản thôi.
And they know what,
they're just gonna farm Jin, man. I can't watch.
They gotta make them get what they want. And this is
Fan Phoenix, Long Sim, Bỉ Ly à?
I don't know who's the predator or the prey. I think Hung could be in some danger here.
Oh, he definitely is. They saw him over there with the ward and a beautiful
đây,
deadly flurry.
thằng Heng mày ăn để làm cái gì? Ăn xong rồi, ô hồi nhiều máu thế. Ô hồi nhiều máu thế. 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 Đi mày. Ông làm mà đi dưới trắng sĩ chết từ lâu rồi.
And the carries starting to get pretty fed for anyone's legend.
Shanks catches them with their eyes wide open, pops with the flash onto them, and there is no way they can retaliate from that play. That's the mid-prio, that's the Casio I've been warning you about. All these mid laners to take as much movement speed as humanly possible, and that's why Shanks is able to get down here so quickly. Hung
chuối free Heng đã bảo rồi, thằng Heng không nguồn được nhiều máu phát đấy là đi, đã bảo chuối free thằng Heng ăn thì thoải mái. Riêng thằng Heng, riêng với thằng em, anh chấp luôn phần boxing. Boxing chưa? Lù đù đéo chạy nổi, chạy làm sao nữa. Chấp luôn phần boxing. Chấp boxing rồi lại còn. Lát luôn linh. Mưa. Có cơn mưa từ từ nhá.
We do Bertle up here, still not sitting on his first item, whereas Greed has been naturally farming it up. No top laners involved just yet, sitting on the island for themselves.
The free grubs.
But it looks like it. Yeah, Tarzan's just gonna start these up and get him.
Yo, support
Big
by the way,
chunk
support
here
by the way,
onto
support
Chris
by the way, support by the way.
well. I thought that was a Camille from the top lane or something, Mazel. You see that kind of damage that support by the way.
Gió to vào cả là. Đây tưởng mưa đây. Thế nhiên thấy trời đen xì. Nó ra đeo thấy hạt mưa nào. Bịp vãi. Ông trời còn bịp tôi nữa. Nào thằng Heng, thằng Grip lên đây. Thằng lồn Heng với Grip lên đây, thằng bổ đòn chết chắc rồi. Ôi trời ơi, 3 đánh 1 không đánh lại trốn. Súc vật này tốn thời gian thế. Giết chúng nó đi các em.
This is before the blood song, by the way. It's just utterly incredible. You have the shield bash, you have the sudden impact, you have the hail of blades. All this Camille damages, the true damage. It's such high scalings, Mazel, and it is such high base damages as well.
Yeah, about 1,000 gold lead for AL. Still, it's funny how the tables flip, right? With 1,000 gold lead for AL, it feels confident. With 4,000 gold lead for LGD, we were still wondering what was going to be happening in game number 1. But I will say, you cannot doubt LGD. They have been able to put together some fights in the early parts of the game. I want to see if they can do that with this composition, but these item spikes are coming few and far between for them comparatively to AL, who are cresting those first item spikes for a majority of the members, and especially for this next dragon fight.
And the closer I look at this scoreboard, the more I realize I'm not really liking where our gold is parked. We just have this 3-kill truck. All of our kills, mind you, sitting on this Triforce. Well, guess what? He's literally a lower level than the enemy jungle Tarzan on his signature vibe.
By like a full level, too.
Yeah, this is not too pretty. Yeah, that's a really good point. He's just really down on XP, so they don't really have any leads at all for themselves on the side of LGD. In fact, only Bertle's the one keeping up. Everyone else is kind of chopped. We don't have Shy even on his Trinity Force. We don't have this Victor anywhere near a Blackfire Torch. How about this?
The vision play. Oh, Burrow gets the information too late.
Nào, ủ đoan.
Is already heated up and is looking for the angle. Oh, the public execution does not go through. It actually
Mày đi, ui, mày đi, 5-3. Và đó là 5-3, 49-53. Một ca hai vàng vẫn hơi ít nhỉ? Tiền tranh ít quá. K5, K6 này, nếu team rất trụ lên K7 không? Lên K8, để chúng nó trụ lên K8. Thấy chưa? À, 7. Heng, ui thằng Heng đốt được 3 xác rồi nhá. Anh Heng căng á.
Yeah, it's been a tough series for Bertle. I know I was lauding him for the solo kills and some of the influences he was having for LGD, but it has been a tough one against Breathe. Now we see the Dragon started up by LGD. Tarzan moving over, though. Could be looking for the smite fight. It's a 50-50 that I don't think Hung wants. It's going to be about 1,500 on the Dragon. Pillar's going to be used. They're going to burn it. They're going to get the Dragon, even up the Dragon stacking.
Trụ nổi 31 phút không, trụ thoải mái chứ. Tiền tranh có gần 2k thôi, trụ còn nguyên phút thứ 13, trụ được. Huỳnh Anh có con sao dê, có thằng Tam Duân đép được. Thoải mái đi.
Attack you and they don't. They decide not to move their pieces forward, not to make any offensive strikes on you. That means you have to earn yourself this dragon the hard way. And definitely this game is much more winnable than you might think. We're definitely in a position where if you just get any of these shutdowns or these kills, you're fully able to get your item specs online and have a champion who's strong enough to participate in this game.
And I just feel like, and I know Tong Yuan will finish an item sooner rather than later at some point, but it just, with the pieces he has in inventory, I really hope he finishes that item now to be on par with Shanks, because if not, that's gonna feel pretty bad, as Rowe is already getting stacked up for Shanks, and he has the boots completed there too. The back actually got stopped, so Tong Yuan didn't end up finishing it in the mid lane, needed to push one more wave out.
So we'll see what Tong Yuan actually goes for in the build. I've actually preferred a interesting look where you go to Presence of Mind and just build straight for the Leandries. But I'm presuming we're just going to see a Blackfire Torch here. If he can afford it with the gold, let's take a look. Yep, he gets it on the Victor. That's the first spike, but he's still down 700 gold. And as you said, this stacking row is just going to cause XP lead that's just inevitable and mounting now. Shanks really strong. Looks like he's opting immediately for the Proto Belt second on the Casio. That's what the Kindle Gem kind of gives away by now, ever since that was added into the component of the build.
Ngon mà, thơm mà.
Thơm mà. Oh my god, oh my god.
Miếng thơm, miếng thơm, miếng thơm, miếng thơm.
He just absolutely duped
một thằng đi.
world champion
Đi mẹ mày, một thằng.
down and out goes the support of LGD, and Tarzan is on another masterclass. He's looking to redeem into that MVP from game number 1 and game number 2.
Just lurking and mastering the shadows of the fog of war is Tarzan on Divide, his signature almost pick. What can you even expect anymore? Seems like ghosts are real. You're playing against Tarzan. He is the king of the jungle.
I don't know if they can do this. Can they do this? I mean, no equalizer. I mean, that's just a dry dive here. Hung takes the extra turret shot. LGD, it's falling apart every time. Why even come down to the bot lane turret? And now Shanks wants to go back off, and that's another dive.
Được chưa? Anh tặc răng. Anh tặc đây rồi. Anh Lâm tặc đến rồi. Thả con thứ giả hút còn mệnh vào đường giữa luôn đấy. Hút đi, hút đi. Ôi thôi liếm vài lớp giáp trụ được rồi, xuống liếm ngay con rồng. Rồng chưa ra thì liếm cua blue, thế là ok. Liếm không liếm được cả đồng đội đâu. Ui, đến đồng quá rồi. Đường trên trống nhá, đường dưới sắp mất trụ này. Đường trên thì đéo có ai đép, cái nhìn hoa đáo hụt. Kinh hồn dòng lửa. Tách 3 dòng lửa à? Hiểu sao thằng Griffin này lại chết được ạ? Đần thật. Nghe có mắt rồi, đi vào đây làm gì? Ôi giời ơi, ôi thằng Giang nó móc con đằng sau rồi kìa. Giang pha này hay nhá. Móc đằng sau pha này hay. CC chồng CC. Sao chạy?
That's 2 times he snuck around that Baron pit on the back end, and 2
Sao
times
chạy?
they've come up with kills because of it. Really good capitalization from Tarzan, and again, there's a reason why we put so much prio on this guy when we talk about AL. Not only did Tabe, when he was still on AL, talk about how much of a general, how much of a leader Tarzan is, he has represented that with his play. He's consistently the MVP during their wins. He has one of the highest MVP scores of
Ai không ơi, trồn cãi.
and he
Ai không
has
đi,
been
thôi.
on one
Liêm
since
đi.
their fluctuation
Đây rồi, lộ
and
lộ con
disappointment
sói.
in
Ui, lộ
split number
lộ
2,
y rồi.
and it's gonna be stolen away. No way, man.
Ta răng bị lộ rồi.
From the
Hai không
bush,
nhanh nào à?
Tarzan
Đúng rồi,
takes
hai không lệ
Monkey
chuyến đi
into
dùng
his
cái.
nightmares.
And he's just not gonna stop. He
Thôi
takes the
thôi,
bait,
thằng cay
takes
eo không chạy
everything.
rồi.
Now we
4
got
thằng
all
quay
of
chết cụ mày.
LGD forming what seems to be a last
Thôi hai không lệ chuyến đi.
in this bot
Okay.
side.
Hai không lệ chuyến dùm,
Oh,
hai không lệ chuyến dùm cái. Gom được 2-3 người, đổi được 1 mạng này. Ôi đổi được 2 này. Ơi giời ơi. Ôi giời ơi, 1 đổi 2. Ơi. Giờ ơi, thực sự đã biết chơi game không vậy, 1 đổi 2 rồi. 1 đổi mấy đây, 2 đổi 2. Bên này thì Budon có mạng, đang lừa bậm chính của ngài thở đang chạy như một con chó chết. Chạy hơn một con chó chết rồi. Lưng giữa đây thì hốp có mạng tăng ruôn. Trời ơi.
That was just a fight on multiple fronts there. We got
Trời ơi.
just battling it out.
Đó là giao tranh LPL 3 đổi 3.
I can't even remember what Bertol was just landing some public execution on.
Ủa, giao tranh LPL khác cấp đẳng cấp. Xuất phát từ một pha mà đu dây móc trúng và đóng nhẹ mà chiêu cuối vào người của Sao Dê quay lại và có cái mạng luôn của ca Mỹ Lệ. Thằng răng lao vào quá sâu phải chết này. Chết này. Thằng xanh thì không chạy rồi, mất tốc biến không chạy được. Khó chạy. Ngủ đòn là hành vi công khai nhưng mà lại vào với chữ ngày thở tiếp cận xanh cơ. Ê, mới hay. Giao tranh LPL. Ui pha này mà. Ui pha này mà đủ đam á. Vãi cả đái, pha này mà đủ đam á. Nhưng pha đấy đủ đam ạ. Nào, cướp vào dòng không? 1.400, 1.100 dòng có đến cho chính của Hèn. Thằng ngu AL. Thôi AL cứt rồi. Cứt mưa với nước chim rồi. Chết mẹ rồi, cứt mưa với nước chim rồi. Và đó là cứt mưa và nước chim. Đi. Thằng AL Dog này.
I mean, Tungwan is pretty proficient on the Victor. They're gonna have some opportunities that couldn't call.
That ain't it, bro. That ain't it.
Yeah, he doesn't really got
Ăn lờ gaming này. Bẩn quá. Diễn làm gì nhỉ? Ai yêu cầu mình phải diễn này?
But I tell you, Xiaoya just not having the best series thus far tonight. I always thought he's got quite a bit of potential. I've seen him make some crazy comebacks back in the day when he had Saucy and Climber, but take a look at this.
Anh có yêu cầu chúng mình diễn không?
Just in the midst of everyone once again, it's just this kind of grind that's happening in the center of these fights where if you're in that front line, you're taking so much damage and brute CC that the Camille is just a one-way ticket in these fights, and Kyle doesn't mind one bit. He's such a low level.
Anh có yêu cầu chúng mày diễn đâu?
Just respawn anyway, and he's chilling, got the Thunder Sky already. They're doing really well for themselves.
Anh không đi.
Makings once again for a game that could go quite a distance.
And I'll just say, AL a little bit disrespectful with that fight. They were fighting on 3 different fronts, and they were committed to those fronts. Tarzan fighting on one, with Breathe fighting on the other, and the rest.
Hello anh Bờm, cho em vào trễ à? Ok, em vào trễ thì em cho anh xin một like một sục nhá. Anh sục em luôn, hổ vàng luôn. Anh sục cả em luôn nhá. Em hổ vàng Chibuku. Anh đọc tên em đã chuẩn chưa? Hổ vàng Chibuku 1. Sẵn cái tên rất hay. Hổ vàng Chibuku.
I just feel like I would much rather have the inventories that AL do. We got Shanks. Once he completes this 3rd item, he's going to be so online. Same story for Hope. Breathe already got 2 perfect items as well. How about this? Fighting onto the Brutal. Just got a Black Cleaver Eclipse. This is a pretty weak Ambessa.
Oh my god, the solo follow.
Tầm dài của anh ơi, rất xuất sắc thôi. Và đó là mạng cho tặc răng, dâm tặc. Solo bolo.
those were both pretty evenly
Nói gì đéo hiểu bên Tây luôn.
We just have
Không kịp
two
dịch.
item on both of them. Even Brittle a higher
The
level
sidestep, man.
than the Tarzan, but Tarzan just one-shots him there. I don't know how Vi has all that damage in the tank like that, but Brittle's number is just completely taken by Tarzan, and that's just what Tarzan does on this kind of champion.
Please, LPL observer.
Làm chết tươi,
give me
cộng
the
8.5
slow-mo
chết tươi.
connected cam replay.
Chết tươi.
I want to see those ankles broken in 0.25 time. Please. They've really stopped. We used to get like every single bad play would get like a
biệt 3 mạng rồi đúng không?
trailer about it.
Hai phải có 3 đứa mẹ được. 358. Chết tươi.
They gotta bring it back to the good old days. I tell you.
Okay, cheer, bro.
Really incredible stuff this AL roster has been able to do, and if I get the chance to speak on it, I feel like one of the lucky World Finals last year. I know it wasn't the real World Finals, but it was T1 versus AL. It was a best of 5, and it was one of the craziest series I've ever seen. It's just because AL and these guys, I'm telling you, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, Kyle.
Gì gì anh bảo mà anh đi từ đầu trận này em sai của anh ơi. Trên thời gian 31 và ăn lờ gaming trừ 8. Chết kiểu gì thì anh đang chưa biết thì nó đang rất sáng. Được chưa các em dai của anh ơi, em dai hổ vàng Chibuku. Mấy hôm nữa anh mua lại kênh của tiệm hớt tóc, anh cắt sen 2 cho em nhá. Em dai của anh nhá. Chết tươi. Anh hỏi em hổ vàng thì anh được không? Anh mua lại kênh của đường tiệm hớt tóc. Phú An chào mừng mẹ. Ui địt mẹ mày ông Phú An này, ông trốn ở đâu? Địt mẹ vãi lìn giờ ông mới ngoi đây ông chào. Ông biết tôi làm bao nhiêu hôm rồi không? Địt mẹ cái kênh rẻ rách đấy tôi mua 500 là cao rồi. Kênh rẻ rách có cái gì? Like thì không có view. Mà like 8 tiếng được tổng 2.000 view thì mỗi lượt like chắc độ mười mấy 20 nghìn xem. Kênh đấy tôi trả cho 200.000 hết cứt. Trả 500 là quá tình thương rồi, tao làm từ thiện luôn rồi đấy.
Alright, we're gonna see the setup now by AL. They want to look for an angle here, try to get a catch out.
Ê, như vậy. Thích con đi mẹ mày. Sao dễ? Ôi sao dễ ơi. Chỗ đi em dai ơi. Đó là dòng ngang cho ăn lờ gaming. Kênh mày có hơn ai đâu ạ? Này, bố mày có một video 140.000 view được chưa? Tao tiệm hớt tóc mà hơn được tao ấy. Tao bú cu chi bua một cho nó luôn được chưa? Hơn hộ. Hơn hộ anh gái. Không cần nhiều, chỉ cần đúng một clip thôi. Đúng một phiên live lên 140k thôi. Đấy, thằng nào hơn thì ra đây nói chuyện với anh. Ok chưa? Thằng nào cảm thấy hơn anh, ra đây nói chuyện. Còn bây giờ anh live điều chỉnh như này thôi. Giải ơi là đời ơi. 145.000 view, bắt trực tiếp 3 ngày trước, K3 cắp được chưa?
Side quest is Tarzan, but he's got a GA. The world is really his. He can do whatever he wants now.
This guy is just
where
can I find somebody that they don't expect me to be? And honestly, on 3 items with a GA, do it. Have fun with it. Find some wacky angles, because that's all he's been able to do, and it's honestly worked out for AL so far in this series.
Ôi trời ơi, đi đá bóng hay là đi uống bia?
LGD do move out some defense into the top side to defend this by Tong Yuan, but I don't know if the presence is
thắng rồi. Trời ơi, hôm nay lại say nữa rồi. Trời ơi, hôm nay lại say nữa rồi. Trời ơi, hôm nay lại say nữa rồi.
Navigate the fog of war and that line in the sand where he's able to get these flanks and unexpected plays just about as good as anybody else in the world. If you're able to know if they see you or not, what kind of mind games you're playing, where you can and can't be.
Mày chưa có đi mẹ mày, mày chết. Ơi, lộ. Giữ chân của thằng đi. Đây, đóng có mẹ lồng vào. Ôi, bắn thằng hốp đau quá, sân khấu mở ra này, một viên trúng, viên thứ hai trúng, viên mới tên lửa trúng, viên thứ ba trúng, viên 4 trúng mà chả chết ai. Chỉ là làm mềm đội hình của gì đi mà thôi. Thế là tiến ra Maiden cho ăn lờ lên mình. Maiden thôi, xanh là người khởi động con này đầu tiên. Sau đó là vị trí của tặc răng, thằng dâm tặc này, ngài thở thì đứng trên mắt của bên phía LGD, đéo biết đúng là thằng ngu. Đứng trên mắt cứ đĩ mẹ mày. Mày hiếp nó, hiếp nó. Đéo là về luôn. Đang hiếp nhưng mà phải bỏ. Đang hiếp là phải rút. Chán thật.
Hung gonna move in and clear out some of the rest of this vision around the Baron buff, but that is a really nice turn of play from LGD to stop what could have been a nail in the coffin.
So that's definitely gonna get them some brownie points here in this game. It's gonna give them some.
Dưới tham chắc đi à? Khả năng đi rồi, bởi vì em lựa chọn cả trên tham 31 và ăn lờ game minh suy giảm 8. Cả hai đều rất ok. Nếu được Baron dưới tham đi rồi, anh nghe ai mà đi dưới tham thì đúng là một cái kết buồn rồi. Hồi chuông cảnh tỉnh thứ nhất cho anh em đi dưới tham. Hồi chuông chuẩn bị này. 3, 2, 1. Lên chuông.
Dâng bánh sinh nhật.
Bắt đầu. Đây, hồi chuông thứ hai cho anh em đi dưới tham nhá. Nghe mày chứ nghe à? Nghe tao con cặc à? Tao có cho dưới tham đâu. Tao cho ăn lờ trừ 8 và trên tham của bố lão. Tèo 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 tèo. Suy giảm 8.5 sống không à? Sống là rõ. Chắc chắn là phải sống. Ok chưa? 5 mạng nhá. 5 mạng rồi. Hello đời lỗi à? 4, 8, 8, 13. 14 bạn. Đúng. 5 mạng, 6, 7, 8, 9. Một pha quét 4 nữa là xong. Đĩ mẹ mày thằng áo tên hổ luôn. Thằng áo tên hổ vàng Chibuku thì mày phải chết. Mày dám ngược anh à? Mày ngược anh thì mày chết. Mày ngược anh à? Hả? Đĩ mẹ mày xảo dê lên đường. Chân không chạm đất nhá. Thằng heng cút luôn. Tao tranh. Được chưa? Anh em nào chọn sao hả? Anh em ơi, em hết cặp này em nghỉ nhá, đi uống bia. Em hết cặp anh nghỉ đi uống bia nhá. Gặp anh em vào ngày mai nhá. Giờ phải đi uống bia rồi. Bia là chân ái nhá. Còn làm chỉ là phụ thôi. Đây, heng, có đĩ mẹ mày heng. Ôi, thằng Tao Duân. Tao Duân 1 chấm máu không chết, một tia lửa chạy ra trúng 3 có đĩ mẹ mà chết. Chết của mày, chết con mẹ mày, chết mẹ mày.
And AL are baking up something good.
And Brutal gets nothing on the exit either. They're just left running to their fountain, hopeless. Brutal and Tongwon, I don't even know what they can do here to keep up with this really beautiful bait here from Tarzan. I thought that was so clever. He just goes in there and look at how he gives Breed the alley-oop of a
ôi, hai map ú phát 4, sấp đôi.
The red carpet with all those damage items he's got on the Rumble. That's just gonna melt through your health bar, and therefore your towers and Nexus right after.
That might have been one of the most beautiful Rumbles. Just set up by the terrain around him, and LGD could do nothing but watch their health bars tick by tick go down. And that's a very unfortunate position.
Giật han kết à? Bố mày lại sợ mày quá.
They got the Baron, they got the grubs. They got
Về
the
bạn
Rip
ơi.
Herald, they've gotten 3 Dragons.
Bạn
It
tôi
feels
này.
like they can do nothing wrong. Almost 10,000 gold up now and continuing to bolster their lead.
And LGD can't even chase any recalls or any tempo from the side.
Ôi giời
One
ơi.
Legend Hope coming in with the
Sướng
1K bounty on his head.
998.
He's got an entire infinity edge over the likes of Xiaoya. Sitting here pretty, level 17 on this Jin he is. He's literally 3 levels ahead of his opposition, 4,000 gold up practically. He just does so much damage on this Jin with the rest of his lineup in huge leads of their own. It's all coming up the side of AL.
It is indeed, and it felt like ever since that about 20-minute mark, 25-minute mark in game number 1, AL have not looked back. Again, this is the second viewing of this matchup between the two teams, and it might just end up being a deja vu on the series score. It was a 2-0 last time, and AL are looking to make it a 2-0 this time too. Cease to desist connect.
Rồi, 9 xác và đó là 10 xác và đó là end game mà đéo còn cái gì để lối tiếc cả, mấy con chó này chết hết. Con chó chết hết cho anh một tí. Chết đi. Chết đi. End game đi, end game được rồi. End thôi. Đó là cái biệt 11 mạng end thôi. 12 xác rồi. Đó là 12 xác.
Ánh sáng tới nơi đâu chẳng thấy, mỗi bóng đêm cô đơn còn đây. Ta rung động chỉ trong thoáng chốc, sao bao đêm tương tư chờ mong người ấy. Chuyện nào tan nào ai ngờ trước, người tổn thương lại chính là ta. Lỡ sau này vô tình ta có thấy nhau thì vội chào nhau một câu rồi bước đi, chớ quay bước lại làm tim đau thắt. Tình yêu chưa kịp chết, nỡ sao